Feel like you're nothing, but you wanna be something. Yeah, well, all you really need is hope. I just want you to trust me if you wanna be something.
That's right. Let's go. Yeah, when you're feeling down and you're out, like you got nothing but doubt, you're alone in the crowd, just trying to figure it out. All that is bad, and this money got you feeling left out. Listen up to me now, every word that's out of my mouth. Wake up, it's me. You gonna follow your dreams, or are you just gonna be another cog in the scene? You feel the hope in this beat, yeah, the hope that you need to proceed and be exactly what you want it to be. I feel right, and I'm proud, hype and I'm loud. I'ma shout all about how I feel in the now. Ain't nobody ever gonna try to change me till I'm dead, pushing up daisies. I'm alone in the crowd, I won't feel down. I got hope right now, and I know I'll be found. I don't really care just what all other haters gotta say. I know everything I do is gonna make them fade away.
And when you feel like you're nothing, but you wanna be something. Yeah, well, all you really need is hope. I just want you to trust me if you wanna be something. Yeah, then all you really need is hope.
Let's go. Yeah, it's what you need when you're down, need when you're out. It's what you need when you're sad and when you feel left out. You feel an energy drought and then creeps out, but with a little bit of hope you can figure it out. Keep your head high even when you're down inside. Through the pain you fight and through the painful nights, you keep striving, keep trying, keep driving, rising, keep thriving, surviving. Nothing's in your way but yourself. Don't need nobody's help. You can make it through this hell. Take it one step at a time, one step as you climb. If you fail, you'll be fine. Get back up to the grind and never lose sight of your mission. Be driven. This life is a prison if you don't have vision. You're in it to win it, so get it, don't miss it. Your chances now, so be something somehow. Don't let yourself down. That's right. Sometimes all we really need is hope.
Hey everyone! How is everybody doing today? Updated flyer courtesy of Duchess Discussions. She did update the flyer with the correct weight on it. It is 113 pounds that Sebastian was at his last checkup. And so we now have the correct weight. There was some debate back and forth about that between the two different parents. You know, dad was saying 106 to 108 pounds. Mom TBI, mom said 120 pounds. We now know it's 113 pounds, is how heavy Sebastian is. So glad that they were able to get that information corrected. Yes, I did see that, just Linda, that they took the camper and left. Honestly, I'm not, I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel about all that. I know initially they said that they did not want to leave the property because they were worried about if he tried to come home. You know, they wanted to be there if he came home. But I do now know that with as many people that are intending to go to this area, for example, we're hearing Bullhorn Betty, we're hearing Dolly, we're hearing, all of these, and JLR's been there, but JLR's mostly been doing the search. Like he's been watching the search and following along with the search and things like that. I don't really see too much of a problem with that. Um, However, I do understand where they're coming from as far as, maybe not wanting to be there for all of the craziness. So, yeah. So there's a couple interviews that we did not watch the other day, because we were really trying to get to that Smiley interview. Whenever we first started doing this, we were trying to get to that Smiley interview because everybody wanted to see it. There was a lot of talk about the things that were said during that interview particularly. And so we did skip a couple of the interviews that were in the beginning, and we jumped kind of straight into the Smiley interview. And so I do want to go back and watch the second interview that was done with Chris and Mom Katie. This is the one after Duchess Discussion, the 20-minute one that they were on with the news, not the hand-holding one. We did watch that, but this is the second interview that they did. And so the point of going through these interviews is just to see the inconsistencies as they break down, and to really just understand this whole situation with the information that the parents are putting out. TBI is not really saying too much. I can read you guys the updates that they have put out, but it's really about understanding what happened to Sebastian? Where is Sebastian? Did Sebastian leave on his own? Did he leave with somebody else? What are the circumstances surrounding his disappearance? I still personally believe, and I will continue to say this, I still personally believe that Sebastian is alive out there somewhere and that he left this home. I believe that these interviews that we watch kind of make us understand a little bit more behind why he would have wanted to leave. We've heard a lot of concerning details from Chris, from and from Seth and from his grandma. We've heard concerning details from a little bit of everybody. And so it really makes you understand a little bit more behind why he would have the motivation to run away, or even just the motivation to be looking for a quote unquote friend outside of his household that he may have been lured away with. I know that there is a lot of feelings and a lot of people, because of the fact that these parents have, uh, I don't necessarily know if I wanna say lied, but their details are not consistent from interview to interview. There are certain things that they will not answer that just does not make sense. Seth came out on the one interview and he was able to describe every pair of shoes that Sebastian owns at his house and that he knows of. And whereas, whenever Chris and Katie are asked about the shoes, that they can't release that information because it's part of the investigation. That doesn't make sense to me. They said that he would never leave without shoes. He would never go outside without shoes. And then 2 interviews later, mom's saying, "Well, he goes outside all the time in his socks, and I have to yell at him to put his shoes on." So which one is it? Does he never go outside in his shoes or without shoes, or does he go outside without shoes? There's different information like that that just doesn't make sense. First he left the house with a cat flashlight. Now they're saying, well, it was a keychain flashlight. It wasn't like a regular flashlight. So there's just a lot of things that as we're listening down through. And so what we're going to do is we're going to listen to all of them. And then they're supposed to be on Nancy Grace tonight, so we'll see if that actually happens. We do know that they left the area and things like that. Um, but we're gonna listen down through all of them, and then I'm trying to make up a list of all of the inconsistencies between all of the different interviews. And I know a lot of it is because they're trying to answer to the internet rumors and speculation. They're trying to come up with answers and defend their actions basically against the internet, which are perceiving them to be guilty in Sebastian's murder, which we don't even know that he's dead. So I don't know. I understand, but I don't, right? And then we have dad, who of course, or not dad, sorry. We have Chris, Proudfoot's stepfather, who is coming out on all of these different interviews, and he won't say about what shoes he's wearing or would wear, but then he's giving us intimate details about his personal life from years ago. And so it's just it just does not go together. One thing that we have been looking into a little bit also is because I do recall in the beginning of this case, we had heard that he was home on Sunday and then that he left, went back to work, and then they talked on the phone for hours and things like that. And so then we heard that he hasn't been home since the beginning of February. One thing that we were looking into was the fact that his job actually does not work on weekends at all. Seal actually was getting that information for me. The permits and things in that state, they are not allowed to have sorry, I'm just trying to read something somebody just sent me. They are not allowed to work on Sundays because of noise ordinances. So then, um, we did find out that Flintco in Memphis does not work on the weekends at all, period. And so I understand he didn't wanna drive back and forth every weekend because of gas prices and things like that. It just makes it that much more interesting because he doesn't wanna talk about his alibi, what he was doing on Saturday and Sunday. Um, he doesn't want to he doesn't want to talk about the details of what his life was doing on those 2 days because it's part of the investigation, and that's something that CBI is going over. but then he keeps making all of the details sound like he was there, even though he allegedly wasn't, and so that's weird to me. The fact that he keeps trying to insert himself into the scene, but he was allegedly at work, who doesn't work over the weekend, so what was he doing? And this could be as simple as, maybe he was doing something that he doesn't necessarily want Katie to know about or doesn't want the public to know about. Maybe he just was sitting in his camper, eating bonbons and watching TV on Saturday and Sunday and doesn't want to say that. I don't know what the reason is for hiding his movements on Saturday and Sunday, but it is odd that now it's kind of like this unaccounted time. And I'm sure TBI has the answers for these things. I'm sure that the investigative agencies have the answers for these things. It's just one of those things that we don't know the answers to, right? So that's weird to me. Correct me if I'm wrong, but there are details that police don't want out. I kind of doubt the parents would know what those are. I'm sure. Yeah, Alabama Girl. We watched that one on Friday. Well, that's true. You respect my point of view, but there's no evidence that he left the house. No camera has it. That's very true. There is no camera footage of him leaving the house. But there's also no camera footage of them carrying him out in a dead body or putting him into a trash can or anything like that also. And so that's something to keep in mind. As much as we don't have evidence of him being a runaway or of him leaving with someone else at this point, we also don't have evidence that he's deceased. And so in my mind, I am going to continue to believe that Sebastian has the ability to come home safe until police come out and say, "Hey, it's never going to happen. He's not coming home safe and we do suspect foul play." At this point, they're still not saying that, right? And so until they say that, my mind is just going to stay right where it is. And I know people get frustrated with that, but I will think of every possible way that this child can walk back through the doors, before I jump to the fact that his parents murdered him, right? That's the last thing that I'm going to believe. And so I need some hardcore evidence to convince me that he is deceased first, beyond just the inconsistencies in the parents' statements, which I honestly have said since the beginning. I think that their inconsistencies are more because they are lying about the circumstances surrounding their life. I do not think that they're this happy, healthy family. I do My opinion is that they are hiding that type of information, and they don't want us to know that Sebastian was, you know, unhappy. They don't want us to know that he was getting unfiltered internet access, or maybe they don't even want to believe themselves that he had ability to get to the internet. But I'm sorry, he's 15. Kids just know how to do these things now, I swear. It's, like, ingrained into their brains somehow. You stay delusional. The kids are living in the woods and with bears as friends. Maybe, you don't know. It is, it's a hard one to figure out, and I go back and forth a lot. I go back and forth a lot about what I think possibly could have happened in this case. I do feel like we have seen Chris's personality type in multiple children child homicide cases that we have covered, right? His personality type is very similar to Letitia Stalk, in my opinion. His personality type, in my opinion, is very similar to that of Corey Bigsby. And so that's where I think the people are getting concerned, is because his personality type has been seen in multiple cases, that we automatically jump in our brains to wanting to think the worst about him, and to wanting to think that he potentially could have done this to him. Um, but if there is an alibi if there is an alibi that removes him from this equation to where he was accounted to be somewhere else during that time frame, then that leads me to believe that, again, I will continue to say that he was taken by someone, lured by someone, convinced to leave by a friend. So I know, no, nope. 100% believe that he was lured by a friend, still highly believe that, but the longer it goes on, ugh. Yes, your son is 14 with autism and high functioning as well, extremely intelligent. It is the scary part, Roberta. It is. You're hoping that yeah, him being on with Nancy will be interesting. You feel like there was an argument on Sunday. Are you talking about between Sebastian and his mom? Sebastian and Chris? Sebastian and anybody? Or are you talking about all of the craziness that's happened over this past weekend? Because we're seeing stuff saying that at this point, High Block No More, we're seeing stuff saying that at this point, Chris and Katie have threatened to sue Seth's sister for making the GoFundMe. They have threatened to sue Seth for being out searching because it makes them look bad. Um, I just I understand that they're trying to preserve their image, but anytime that somebody gets more interested in preserving their image over looking for a child, that's where I start to get like, come on, guys, like you can't do this. And I'm gonna go back to what I said at the beginning on the first day that we were watching these different interviews. You know, the more they come out in defense of themselves, the more that Chris wants to try to prove everybody on the internet wrong about what's going on in his life and comes out and tries to prove things, the more that these same people that he's trying to prove stuff to are going to continue to think he's guilty. And the harder he fights against it, the more people are gonna be like, "Well, that's a red flag, that's another red flag, that's a red flag." I mean, you're looking at a situation where on this channel, I typically don't even look at this type of stuff because I always will try to take the parents and make them as innocent as possible because I always wanna believe the best about the child and that the child can come home safe until police give us a reason not to believe the parents, right? However, the parents are doing that themselves with all these different interviews and stuff like that. It's just always red flags, and it's killing me because I hate seeing divided families and stuff like that. I feel like they tried to come out initially as a family kind of like they were going to kind of work together, but then they just couldn't. It seemed to me, my perception, this is just my opinion, that Chris was trying to take the reins on things. He wanted to be in control. Seth is in control because it's his child, it's his son. He's going to do what he feels he needs to do. And then you're coming out on live streams talking about child abuse, talking about, hitting his kid with a belt, talking about all of these different things. And whenever you're hearing details like that as a father, would you want to work with the guy who's standing there saying all these awful things that he's allegedly done to your son? That would be hard for me. It'd be really hard. And so now the family's like fractured. It doesn't seem like they're together at all. And and it sucks because at the end of the day, Sebastian has to come home into this life somehow. He doesn't automatically go to live with dad. If he is found today, he's still with mom and Chris for another 2 months until some type of custody order is done. Right? And so that's where the situations are crazy. You feel like there was an argument between mom, stepdad, and Sebastian on the Sunday before he went missing. We aren't hearing everything. Yeah. You cannot get past there being a gaming character called Runaway Kid who is barefoot and uses a flashlight for protection. Interesting. I didn't know anything about that, Cindy O'Neill. I had not heard about that. So that's very interesting. Yes, and defending your character should be your last concern when your stepson is missing, exactly. You have a nephew with high functioning autism. The way they describe him doesn't add up. Think about he was diagnosed less than a year ago. Yes, and then um, his genetic disorder that he has does cause intellectual disabilities. However, it seems like in general, he has been high functioning. You don't think CPS will let him go back into the house? At least you would hope not. I mean, it's Tennessee though, chicken lady. No offense to Tennessee, but we have seen some cases where CPS just completely drops the ball there. There's so much missing. Yes. Have you watched their body language from the first interview? The holding hands last one. She won't look at Chris. Okay. So keep in mind though, right? These Alex Erickson said this yesterday, and I felt like whenever I was listening to her interview, she kind of or not her interview, her live stream. Whenever I was listening to her live stream, 'cause she pointed this out and she has a valid point. You know, as YouTubers, we come on here every single day and we talk to you guys, and whenever we're on camera, we're either like I know I am, I get a little bit uncomfortable and like start talking faster and can't put my thoughts together and all of the different things because you think about the fact that people are watching you. You know what I mean? And so if you're and that's after doing YouTube for 2 years. I've been on YouTube for 2 years, and I still get nervous before live streams. I still get nervous whenever we get too many people in here or things like that, and I start thinking like, "Oh god, I hope I don't screw this up." These are parents who are doing interviews with the news who have never talked publicly before in these types of settings and are coming out and they are they're coming out and they're doing these interviews for the very first time to hundreds of thousands of people, knowing that thousands of people are going to see this. And I think that some of that nervousness, as well as the emotions of the situation, can play into their actions, their body language, and things like that. And so please just keep that in mind. No matter how comfortable you get with the interviewer first, you do still have that thought in the back of your head, like, am I doing the right thing? Especially since they waited a week, right? They waited a week before they came out, and so they already seen the negative comments. They already seen the attacks, and so they already came out answering the negativity instead of coming out looking for Sebastian. That's just my opinion. And I don't even think so much it's mom because mom's not really talking. And that's where the other part doesn't add up in my brain. So if Chris was not actually working Saturday and Sunday, as in like he did not have to attend work and actually go there. Yes, he could have been at his work location, but he wasn't actually working. What was he doing Saturday and Sunday? And why, if that was a week that he should have probably came home because he hadn't been home the 2 prior, why didn't he come home? What was the reasoning behind why he didn't come home? Why the 3-hour phone conversation instead of traveling back and forth since the beginning of February? Did he only come home on weeks that it was not Sebastian's turn? I don't know. Um, but then Chris is giving us all of these details as if he's there. As like every single question that is asked, no matter what the question is, he doesn't have to like hesitate or look to mom or whatever. He just has the answer. He knows the answer right off the bat. And so how do you know every single answer? Like, yes, okay, by interview 21, I'm sure you know every answer because you guys have discussed it, you've heard about it and things like that. But some of these questions are not typical questions. And then you have the answers. Yeah, chicken lady. If they're uncomfortable with being seen, why do they keep jumping on the YouTube channels? Now mom always seems uncomfortable to me, but CP seems to like it. Yeah. He said he wasn't allowed to come home right away. Mr. Chris, yes, you could. Right. I don't know. And so we're gonna watch these interviews. Like I said, we still have a couple more. So this is the second interview. So we have so far we watched Duchess first interview, we watched Smiley's interview, we watched Olivia's interview, we watched the Pascal interview. We still need to watch this one. I could not find this whole interview the other day. I kept only finding the 4-minute clips. So here is the complete interview for this one. And then we need to watch the second half of the Duchess interview that Just Chris jumps on panel. Because we skipped that one because remember everybody was asking about Smiley's interview. And so we kind of fast forwarded to all of that. I know Lip Lock No More. It does. And I understand that because here we are in a situation where another kid from Tennessee just vanished. And we have a set of parents who are all over the YouTube streets that are making chaos for each other, telling inconsistent stories day after day, making things. I mean, they've described him as if he's like a 3 to 5-year-old autistic child. Then we're finding out that he's able to be home alone for hours. He has chores and all of those different things. And they said that he like was in a classroom completely by himself. Then we find out that no, he's with other kids. He just has an IEP. We find out that he won't he always wears shoes. He can't stand not having shoes on. He doesn't like stuff to touch his feet, whatever. And then mom says, well, no, actually, he goes outside in his socks all the time. Like, there's just different things that's like, what is going on? just get like write down the details and come out and tell us the details, because right now everything is just spinning into different things. And so I don't know. It just does not make sense. They need to have a press conference. Police need to come out and clear this up in our minds so that we know, are you looking at foul play? Are you not looking at foul play? Do you think that there is a way that he could have been lured out of the home? We're hearing no internet access whatsoever, and then we're hearing, well, actually he does have internet access. Like, I don't know. It's very frustrating. So, here we go. Let me see what TBI's most recent thing says here. Also, somebody else has pointed out the photos that they used. The photo that they used for the Amber Alert, and I don't know why. It seems like TBI does this a lot, where they put out these photos for these Amber Alerts and things like that, and they're very, like, younger photos. And granted, if somebody is asking you for a photo of your child, you would think you would want it to be, like, the most up-to-date photo that you have. I'm not sure where that one came from or why it's used on the Amber Alert TBI flyers. Why aren't they using this photo? Like, how did they even get that photo to use it instead of using a more up-to-date photo if they had that? Hi, Chase. It's okay. Tell your boss that Sleuth Mom said that you have to take a break. Has anyone asked them if they follow true crime? I don't know. Yeah, they've left a lot of plot holes in their script. It's frustrating when people just throw out info out there regarding autism who know zero about it. Hi, Alex Erickson. I'm just talking about you a second ago. So, the thing with autism is it's a spectrum, right? And so, even if you have a child with autism, even if you have a child on the spectrum, your child could still be completely different than Sebastian. And that's something that people need to keep in mind also, because there is such a wide array that falls into that autism spectrum, right? I don't know. Junior has sensory processing disorder. She has not yet been labeled with autism. They said that that will come later, typically by age 8, they said, if she is going to be diagnosed with autism. So far, we are still in sensory processing disorder land. However, I I can't sit here and say that because she has SPD, she's going to be like another child with SPD. Just because your child has autism doesn't mean that your child is going to look and act the same way that Sebastian does because he has autism, right? And being high on the spectrum with autism, we still have not heard descriptors about Sebastian that tells us who he is as a person from Katie and Chris. If they were spending the majority of the time with him, Katie needs to come out and she needs to tell us good things about Sebastian too. Like, we hear a lot of the bad stuff and the tics that he had and things like that, but we have not heard, what type of child he is, who he is as a person, and things like that. And so it's just, I don't know. It's frustrating. Yeah, every single person on the spectrum is different. Exactly. You've listened to all their YouTube interviews. The fact he licked him with a leather belt and then threw away everything in the room. Yeah, he can created an environment of fear. Took away his pet. So, I don't know. I'm gonna pull up this interview. We're gonna listen to this one. Again, this is the first news interview, the second actual interview. This is the full thing. I didn't wanna just play the 4-minute clip that we had the other day. This is it all. So, here we go. And closed captioning should be available if you guys need it. I'm pretty sure I turned it on. So let me get it. Sorry, I don't know how I ended up with this many tabs open. I found it on the screen, but not here. Okay.
Thank you for allowing me to come into your home to talk with you all. Obviously, everyone wants to hear what you have to say. And it's all about bringing Sebastian home and safely. So first, just express, I can't even imagine as a parent what you two are going through. How would you describe the situation right now? How are you coping?
We're on a constant roller coaster ride of helpless and hopeless and many other emotions all in one, and it's a never-ending roller coaster. It doesn't stop.
Now, one thing that people have pointed out is her emotions on this interview versus her emotions on the Olivia interview. But keep in mind, this interview is 1 week, right? Olivia's interview is, I think, 24, 25 days. And so keep in mind, this is very fresh and raw and emotional for her. And this is before she started, before the internet speculation got insane, right? And so that's something to keep in mind as well. Mods, can you guys drop Alex Erickson and Mallory and Lip Lock No More's links for me, please? I would appreciate you. Thank you so much. And I'm sure, guys, go sub up to them if you have not already. I'm sure most of you guys are already following them, though. But here we go.
It won't stop until he walks through the door.
I wouldn't wish this on anyone. Not anyone.
I know we're about keeping hope alive. I'm sure that's in there somewhere.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to
Always.
come home.
He's going to walk through that door. And the street will be flooded again with family and relatives all waiting to hug and love him. And
That boy's going to have more friends than he knows what to do with when he comes home.
So here we are, 8 days now searching for him. Walk us through that Sunday night that he went missing. So walk us through, we've got so many people who really want to know, okay, how did this happen? So kind of just walk us through that night.
We were out and about that day. We were having a really good weekend. We got home. Everything was pretty normal. He was playing in his room. When I told him to go to bed, he did. He said, "Good night, Mom. I love you." Say goodnight to his puppies. A little bit later, I wound up going to bed, and when I woke him up for school, he wasn't there.
So in this interview, she also doesn't call out the fact that he apparently was up around 10 o'clock. He was making noise allegedly in his room. And she doesn't mention that in any interview until, oh gosh, I think it was the Olivia interview. Maybe that she mentioned the noise that they were making, that he was making around 10 o'clock. And it just makes me wonder, was that him leaving the house? Could he have been leaving the house at 10 p.m.? And that was the noise that she was hearing? Did he sneak out his window at that point? Or sneak down the stairs and out the door? Who knows? Bye, Chase. Have a great day at work. Hi, Cecil. How are you? So that's something to keep in mind, because in later interviews, we do hear about a noise that he makes and she ignored. You feel like that he went to bed was a euphemism.
So in your mind, that's usually around what time? So when do you normally wake up? Around 6 o'clock?
6.
So were you instantly thinking something's wrong, or were you like, he may just be already in the shower, in the living room?
I took a second and walked through the house looking for him in case he'd gotten up and was trying to get breakfast or something, because he did that sometimes. About
So again, in Olivia's interview later on that we watched the other day, which we'll watch Olivia again after this maybe, we hear about the fact that she says, funny fact, I made breakfast that day. So here she is. She's telling us she went to go check to see if he went to go get himself breakfast, because he does that sometimes, and he wasn't there. So again, just one of those little odd sentences that maybe it goes together. Maybe she meant like, go get a plate of what she made. Yeah, when I woke him up for school, he wasn't there. Right. Fun fact, Katie's bedroom is beside the kitchen. And that's something that people have showed on the live streams as well. So it's just one of those odd statements that later on she goes to clarify further. Not necessarily, I still am going to say, I do not think that they hurt this child. That's my opinion. I know there are a lot of you guys who disagree with me in the chat. I still think that he is a runaway. It's just all of these inconsistencies that throw up so many different red flags.
3 minutes in, give or take, I was on the phone with my husband. I said, I can't find him. He said, what do you mean you can't find him? I said, he's not in the house.
And so at that point, is that when you call 911, or what's going through your mind?
While we were on the phone, and I was like, is he on the other side of the bed? The normal places he may be in the house, and he wasn't. So I was like, okay, well, hold on a minute. And immediately after that, we called the sheriff's department.
So here he's describing, she looked under the bed, she looked around the house, and then they immediately called the sheriff's department. Later interviews, she says that she drove around the neighborhood and that she could not find him. And that's whenever they three-way called the sheriff's department. Funny fact, if you call the sheriff's department, it's not the 911 line. And so there is no 911 call to request, because that line is not recorded. And so they called a not recorded line to report him missing. That's something I hadn't thought about and was pointed out to me in the comments.
Made the report.
I ran all over the house, outside, inside. I looked in every closet.
Within minutes they were here. They responded within minutes, and here we go.
So you said you were on the phone with her, so you were not home.
No, ma'am.
Okay.
I was at work. I'm a tower crane operator, and I was working in Memphis at the St. Jude project. So it's, I have an earpiece in that talks to my phone. I have another earpiece in that does the radios. So when she was talking to me, I was like, what? I was confused. We talked about where he could possibly be, and then we went from there and led to calling the cops, and here we are now.
And within minutes, they're there at the home.
Yes, ma'am.
It was rapid fire. They had cars.
They
had cars from here down to the
main
road,
road,
as far as I could tell.
So what's going through both of your minds? I mean, are we panicking? Is it this, oh, I think he's probably at a neighbor's house, or what are you thinking?
My son doesn't run. He's not a runner. He's never run away before. I don't know why. I don't know why he walked out that door.
I mean, he's a good kid. He's not a mischievous child by any means. But there's answers to questions that have no answers, or questions with no answers right now that we are searching for desperately. And we just don't have that.
Is there anything that happened that day that you think back and there might have been a reason he was possibly upset, or something outside that could have enticed him to go outside. Was there anything that came to mind?
We've been combing over that day and even the weeks before he left, and I hadn't been able to figure it out. He's that morning he was laughing, he was joking. Everyone we were around that day agreed that he seemed like he was in a good mood. He was behaving. It'd make more sense if we'd been fighting.
Or he'd been in trouble, but he hadn't been in trouble. So, I mean, the $1 million question, why did he go? And the other $1 million question is how.
What about social media? Was there anything that, anyone he could have contacted? I understand he was somewhat of a gamer, or what was he? There was a video game he loved, right?
Minecraft. He loves Minecraft. The game that he has is not online. He has the Switch.
We don't, because of how social media can be, he doesn't have accessibility to communicate with folks
On the internet.
I mean, we have a firm belief that we just don't feel that right now he's capable of having that kind of responsibility. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, his phone is locked down, his computers, his game. He doesn't have a gamer tag. He doesn't have online capabilities with games. I mean,
we've combed every electronic. I
mean, we've cooperated with all the authorities as far as anything they've asked us to provide, we've provided, and still just don't have any answers.
Did he have any friends that could have possibly contacted him in some way on his phone?
All his friends at school have been questioned to my knowledge, and none of them knew anything.
So this big question mark. He's vanished. Yes, and no one can figure out where or why. All right. So let's talk too about the relationship involved, because the biological father is very much involved in Sebastian's life as well.
Yes, ma'am. Very much.
Right. And how would you describe that relationship, the two of them and the four of you?
It's relatively good. I mean, we talk regularly. He talks to his son on a regular basis, sees him on a regular basis. He's involved in school and therapy. And I mean, he didn't have any extracurricular activities, but I can tell you now, if he did, his dad would be in the front row.
In two different households. And the communication between the three of us is great. I mean, yes, we're just like every parent. We all have our disagreements, but in the end, we come together as a team and we work and we come up with solutions that as we best see fit. I mean, I'm almost in contact with him almost daily.
Let's talk about Sebastian. Tell me about Sebastian. How would you describe him?
Sweet, stubborn. He loves to help. He loves running, and he loves to play his games and his fidgets and Uno. Lord, that's one of his favorite games right now. Favorite color is green.
Does he love music?
Oh God, he loves music.
An eclectic taste.
Eclectic.
I mean, from as everybody knows, Eye of the Tiger to Eddie Vedder.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. So we got Pearl Jam on one hand, we've got Survivor on the other over here, we've got Taylor Swift, and
he's got a big crush on her. I mean, country, rock,
no
classic.
Hip-hop. We don't allow the hip hop.
Well, he doesn't really get into it anyways.
You mentioned he loved running. So did he love the outdoors at all? I mean, would something outside that was somewhat outdoorsy be enticing to him or pull him outdoors?
He loves, like, when we were in California and the school had this lap thing to gain money. It was a fundraiser. And every year he was I did this many laps. I did this many laps. I mean, I've got T-shirts where they would write on his back every time the kids went around. They'd mark a mark on the back, and they'd keep running. And he just had marks all the way across his back. He likes playgrounds. He hates being dirty. He don't like being dirty.
Yeah, he's not your tomboy style child where he goes outside and plays in the mud.
He loves animals, but he's terrified of bugs.
Oh yeah.
Wow. Okay.
I mean,
Yeah.
even a fly, and he's like, oh!
And let's talk too, because he's highly functioning. I know you all have described him as having a form of autism.
He does.
But describe that to our viewers too, as far as his way of thinking of things and maybe how determined he was about certain things or his mindset.
He
He's got a stubborn mindset. If he believes it's this,
he gets on a one-man track, and he is just on it, and he is all about it.
but I mean, he's very smart. He can play chess. He can beat adults in chess.
Wow.
So
he loves playing games.
What about navigation? Like, did he have a sense of direction? Do you think he could have possibly even hitched a ride or gotten a ride on a bus or some sort of transportation?
that is a speculation that we don't have an answer for. Just directionally, he knows he could guide you from our house to his dad's house.
Yeah.
He could get from like this house. I think he can make it up to Culver's ice cream.
He can go to Culver's.
Oh, boy, loves
He knows
malt.
where Culver's is because Culver's has malt.
Uh-huh.
He loves malt, extra malt. Every time, extra malt.
Now, how far away does his dad live?
Clarksville. His dad lives up by Clarksville.
So he could guide someone all the way to Clarksville.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow. Okay. So a pretty keen sense of direction, at least with certain things.
Familiar routes.
Yes.
Familiar routes.
Familiar
I
routes.
mean, if I took him another route going
He
this way,
takes
he would
it.
not know it.
He goes up there so often that he knows how to get to his daddy's. We know that.
His dad works with him as far as, well, we're going this way, we're going that way, and
Mm-hmm.
keeps the same thing, and it works out. So
Let's talk too, because earlier, Chris, you and I were talking, and you were saying that there are a lot of people who are harassing both of you. What of any of that do you want to address? What do you want to say to any of these people?
Just that you don't know. And I don't wish you to ever know.
I would say it like this. Everybody has an opinion, you know, and it's perfectly okay to have that opinion, but you're not in this situation. You don't quite understand. I wish people would step back, take a different wide open view, and not assume what they know. It's just better to stick to the facts. If they have questions, all they have to do is ask.
And I pray genuinely that no one ever goes through this.
Just be kind to people. I mean, it's real simple.
There are some people who have been talking, because I know this is part of the harassment. Is there anything you want to address about this child custody situation? With the previous.
So I have a current case that is ongoing in another state. We've requested that case to be sealed because there are some individuals who have taken upon themselves to put stuff out there that they don't quite know, which all they have to do is ask, I'll tell you. But because of that, you know, it has nothing to do with our son. It has nothing to do with the situation. You know, I just people would respect that and then keep an open mind. It's totally different.
If Sebastian was able to watch this, and maybe he's watching this as it airs, and if he is, what do you want to say to Sebastian? What do you want him to hear from you right now?
Oh, gosh. that we love you so much and we want you to come home and you're not in trouble.
I guarantee you he is loved. And trust me, the open arms are waiting for him to come home. From every parent to every family members to probably everyone in the community. But there's no malice that we just want our boy home. Bad. Badly. But
That mama's heart, I know it's daddy's too, but I feel like there's always that extra special bond. Can you walk us through what you're thinking right now?
I just want my baby to be okay. I don't know where he's at. I don't know where he's at.
Let's talk about the community, because I want you all to know, even my church body, I mean, we're all praying for his safe return quickly.
So I'm just going to pause and read a couple of you guys' comments. I agree, CJK. They do seem pretty sincere, at least Mom. This is the interview that we hear from Mom the most, right? After this interview, it's all Chris. And so, yeah. How did he get through school and life prior to last year's ADHD diagnosis? They make him out to be severely disabled. Right. They do describe him. Don't like how they're acting like him being able to navigate is surprising. Maybe just me, but he is 15. Of course he does. And I know that they're leaning very heavily on his autism diagnosis to make him sound more incapable than what he is. Yeah, for me, this interview was fine. No red flags to me. On the other interviews, you got red flags everywhere. This one seems like and I agree with that. This one I didn't have that much of an issue with. He admitted marital stress was away for what, 2 months? Had he always left for that long? I don't know, Annie. So I understand with gas prices and things like that, the way that they are, it's not necessarily feasible to drive home every weekend, but staying gone intentionally for such long periods, it's weird to me. Especially once I found out that they don't work at his location on Saturdays or Sundays. They literally can't work on Sundays, but they don't work Saturdays or Sundays. And so I don't know what time in the day he gets off work on Fridays or what time in the day he has to be back to work on Mondays. But to me, it's only a 3-hour drive. I would want to be with my family. And so that's where I kind of struggle with it. It's the other interviews that come after this that make this one seem so weird. Because like the different things that I pointed out in the beginning, the different inconsistencies that they say throughout that from this one to the next is the issue. But yes, he always stays in control. Watch the interview, how they aren't sitting close and she won't even look at him. Yeah. You have an opinion about why he stays gone. Maybe, and some people have alleged that she's having an affair and things like that. People have talked about maybe he's having an affair out there where he is. I don't even know if that's has anything to do with anything. One of the neighbors commented on Facebook. Let me pull it out because I did screenshot it. And well, allegedly one of the neighbors, right? It was an anonymous participant. So take that as you will, because anybody can sign on and pretend to be an anonymous anybody. But they basically said that, if she was having an affair with somebody in the neighborhood, they don't know who it is because nobody's even whispered an inkling of that. You don't know, your 14-year-old who is autistic and has ADHD can navigate to certain places, but genuinely doesn't have a clue how to get together places because he just doesn't pay attention. And that's possible. Every single person on the spectrum is different though. Never heard of a poor crane operator, right? You believe that he's working on his 6th wife. Maybe, Rhonda. Who knows? You don't know what you missed. Spent the last 10 minutes talking to your mama and skipped ahead. Funny. If he's on a chronic medication, just stopping it so quickly could have bad side effects, right? Wonder if he's a drinker. I don't know. We don't know. So we don't know stuff like that, but we know about prior relationships and we know all of this information because he's telling us that. The things that they are telling us does not pertain to Sebastian missing. And that's what bothers me the most, I think, because the details that we need, they won't give. They refuse to give because it's part of the investigation. I don't understand why TBI would tell them, hey guys, don't tell anybody else how many pairs of shoes Sebastian has. I'm sorry, that just doesn't seem like a thing, right? It just does not, that doesn't add up to me. Don't tell anybody, you know, I don't know, just stuff like that. Don't tell anybody what you were doing since you were off work on Saturday and Sunday. Is it relevant? I don't know because we don't know if his alibi is actually a thing or not. They make details and discuss the the polygraphs in the next one that we're gonna watch from Duchess that we skipped the other day because we wanted to get to the Smiley interview. They discuss the polygraphs and stuff like that. Don't tell us. Don't tell us any of that and say that you're cleared and stuff like that because police aren't telling us that. You think it was an accident and that they didn't mean to do it. I don't know. All I know is that I'm going to hold out any single possibility that Sebastian can come home. Any. I just feel like if there was something that went wrong that night and he would have left because they were fighting or there was some type of um horrible dispute or he was afraid for his life or whatever, or if he would have been locked out of the house, I feel like he would have found a way to get a hold of his dad. He has his dad's number memorized according to Seth. He would have found a way to reach out to him if it was something along those lines. Now that does worry me in the aspect of wherever he could have went, whoever he could possibly be with. Because again, in order to be alive, he has to be getting help. Somebody has to have him. He has to be at somebody's house in order for him to be alive at this point because he has been missing for a month. He has been missing for a full month now. He is not living in the woods on his own surviving. So he has to be somewhere. So my issue is with him having to be somewhere, who is he with that he is not wanting to reach out to people like his dad, Seth? If the issue is Katie and Chris, why is he not reaching out to anyone? And that makes me worry about if he's with somebody, the potential nature of that relationship that he is currently in. Are we looking at an Alicia Navarro situation where she was with somebody, but it was a creepy older guy who was doing horrible things to her and didn't even take her for dental care over the entirety of the time she was with him? Is it a creepy older guy like in the Kaylee Jones situation where she was with him and not allowed to contact home? Is there a creepy older woman or a creepy older guy in the Sebastian case that we have to be worrying about? Is there a predator that is keeping him and withholding him from being able to contact home? Or is he just out there living his best life, and wanting to be gone? So that's something, just to keep in mind. It's just a very long time. It worries you that no one has reported seeing Sebastian. I mean, listen though, on the other side of things, we have seen cases also where there was a little boy who ran away and his friend was helping him hide in the garage and was sneaking him food. Does he have a friend like that would do that for him? I don't know. You think it would have been just a matter of days and hours if he left and was upset, not days and weeks, right? I remember one time whenever I was like younger, I want to say I was like 8, 9 years old. My brother and I ran away, quote unquote. We packed a couple peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and we ran away to our to our friend's backyard and we were hiding like in the tree line in their backyard. And then it started to downpour and so we tried to hide like under their trampoline and different places like that. And we got cold and we went home. So it's just one of those things where if he left, I feel like he has to be with someone. Yeah, it could also be like an Elizabeth. I don't know though, Thistle. Somebody else has said that too. I don't know what the purpose behind hiding him would be from the other parent. You think someone else could have still hurt him if he's found somewhere else, just saying. Right. There are multiple predators, like SOs, that live in his direct area. If he ran away, or if something was going on and he went outside at night, if he was lured outside, could somebody have taken him and done something to him? It might sound crazy, but Seth is a corrections officer. Is it possible that a criminal had something against Seth and lured Sebastian out of the house? I mean, anything is possible. It's just about, is it probable or not? Your little sister ran away when she was 4. She put her teddy bear, that's cute, and 8 pairs of underwear in a backpack. Your stepmom found her walking down the street. At least she knew she needed clean underwear. That's so adorable. But yeah, terrifying. Terrifying, absolutely. Stark jerk. Absolutely terrifying, but it did make me chuckle just thinking about that because I'm just the fact that she knew she needed clean underwear. I don't know. So again, I know that there are so many red flags with Chris, and I trust me, I get them. I see them, I feel them. Um, it's just I still have to remain hopeful that Sebastian's alive, and that he has a way to come home. But let's watch this last couple minutes of this interview, and then we will switch over to the other one on Duchess discussion. Could he be in the camper? So the camper was at the job site. So I doubt it. Just that. She's in her mid-20s now, so she's good. That's hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. All right, let's play this and get it going. Yeah, this case has you up all night. It's definitely worrisome. They have searched so much. I know. I know. There's been so much that's happened. Nancy versus Chris is gonna be a wild watch. I know, we were joking around about that, and we shouldn't be, right? Because Nancy, just the way she is as a person, you either love her or you love to hate her because she's a lot. She is a lot. And so to see those 2 massive personalities go against each other, it's gonna be interesting. Especially if Nancy holds true to who she is and calls Chris out on some of this crap that he says. No, that's true, Curious Kit. That's very true. Chris will not speak to a man. I know, but he will be in the chats talking all the crap. Unless Dad drove up Sunday and brought Sebastian to the job site to hide? I don't know. See, that's the thing. With him not working on Friday or on Saturday and Sunday now, that leaves so much possibilities. And then anytime that he's asked about his side of the timeline, he says, "Well, that's part of the investigation." I want to know I want to know why it's so secret. Why is everything that Mom did allowed to be public, but everything that he did is part of the investigation? And like I said, it might just be as simple as he doesn't want Katie to know he did something. Or he doesn't want the public to know that, he was, I don't know, sitting in his underwear in the camper for 2 days and didn't move. Who knows? Yeah, Nancy's worse than a man. She's clearly got a huge heart and cares a lot, but she's so blunt and rude, right? We don't know the details, I don't think yet. I can look. I don't know. You guys, we all have the same
What do you all want to say to the community?
makes it hard because we all have the same questions. Makes our questions seem more valid because if everybody has the same questions, I mean, it starts to be like, okay, the language of horses. I have 2 friends, the same thing happened to. I missed what you said. The language of horses. Scrolling up. You ran away when you were 15. They didn't come looking for me. Ah, geez. I'm so sorry. Oh, yeah. He has no idea what a HIPAA violation is, right? You bet her hair flies tonight. I agree. You heard an interview where he was talking with, yes. Well, I mean, I disagree with that statement, BC. That he was on panel, that was different. He also was on panel with the lab very briefly, but he won't go to their channels. He will only go to a woman's channel. He was not on Arctic's channel, he was on panel. That's different. He won't go to a man's channel. I guess I should say it that way. So, he has a short fuse. He's been in, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. The timeline is all still weird to me. All of it. It all doesn't make sense, and part of why it doesn't make sense is because it's different. And I don't know if it's really different or if our perceptions are just different, because you have to keep in mind, yes, these are all of the YouTube interviews and news interviews and things like that that have occurred. But then there's also this whole line of comments that have happened in the Facebook groups too. And so that's all something that you have to consider as well. That there's also a whole comment conversation also.
Thank you.
With everything from the bottom of our hearts. I would not have imagined how far this has gotten, but there's no way to repay the gratitude, the love that we have felt from the community, the prayers. But thank you.
But
From
don't
the bottom of
stop
our hearts.
looking.
Yeah, please.
My son is somewhere.
This ain't over until he's home.
So we have, let's hit on the search itself, because we know thousands of miles have basically been traced and retraced. We've got hundreds, we've got volunteers, we've got law enforcement from within the state, from outside of the state. I mean, do you feel like they're doing as much as they can? I mean, you all have been right there in the front seat, seeing everything that's underway.
As far as I know, they're doing everything. Anything and everything has been an option. They have brought in assets and resources from various counties, potentially other states. I mean, I don't know how much more they could do, but we're grateful for everything they have done.
They're amazing, but they still haven't brought my baby back.
They will. They will.
He's out there somewhere. So it's one day at a time, getting through this and bringing him home. What is the reaction to the fact that somehow his image, he hasn't been captured on any video anywhere?
I know that it was very dark that night. I mean, it gets dark around here at night in general, but so far we haven't found him on any camera footage to prove where he's at or where he's gone. I know that they're looking, and I'm asking everybody and anybody that has cameras, trail cams, stores, to check even from before he went missing, just to see if there's anything at all.
And I understand there was a request for video, any sort of footage of Sebastian from earlier in the day on Sunday before he disappeared.
That I don't believe we can comment on right now. That is not something that I believe we're privy to at this point with law enforcement. That is something I would definitely direct back to them. But I mean, there's all kinds of requests out there. There's thousands of hours of video that they are combing, and we're just hoping they'll find something.
And I know this is so sensitive. What do you say to people who inevitably end up pointing their finger back at you? We were talking earlier And I mean, are you both in the clear?
I can tell you that Mom, myself, and the father have worked very fully and cooperatively with all agencies across the board. We have anything that they've wanted, we have provided. So cooperation is there. I mean,
What do you want to say to our viewers? Anybody who's watching, we've got a lot of folks in this community and in other counties just throughout the state as well. What do you want to say to them?
Help spread the word and keep searching, and thank you. And just if you think you see him, call him in.
thank all the viewers, everybody that's helped from across the board. I mean, everybody has been tremendous.
Call his name.
Yeah.
He'll answer, and if he doesn't answer, he'll look, even if he's not being verbal at the moment, because he can talk, but sometimes he don't talk. Call his name. Tell him to stay put.
So this is what I mean whenever I say about the perception of how much they portray him to be much younger and things like that. You know, call his name, call out to him. They play the music in the woods and different things like that to try to lure him out. Like they're trying to call him to an ice cream truck or something. Like it's just weird to me because he's not this mentally disabled. He's not this mentally disabled. And we compared it on this channel to the movie What's Eating Gilbert Grape. You know, they portray him as if he's Ernie, and he's not Arnie. This case breaks your heart. You have a 14-year-old autistic grandson, and if it was him missing, you'd be searching 24/7. Yeah. A police tactic to tell people privately that they're not a suspect, to take heat off and see how they behave until they announce it publicly. Everyone is a suspect. Yes. The police just don't come through a case and be like, "Hey, you guys are all ruled out. Don't worry." When you look up classic abuser and you Google it, it says Chris Proudfoot allegedly. That's funny. Hi, Pointer Lover. How are you? I don't know. And this is the not suspicious interview, if you ask me. It just goes downhill from here.
And he could be on the move, so keep checking your properties.
Yes. Like, the search is never over until he comes home. That is for
He's
sure.
so smart.
But thank you for everything that everybody has done, has volunteered, the continuous efforts. I mean, it's, like I said, I've never seen something to this magnitude before.
Our community is amazing.
We're all praying, hoping, and searching for Sebastian's safe return for that day. Thank you both for talking with me.
Okay, so I'm going to bounce us over to Duchess so that we can watch the second interview that we did not watch on her channel the other day. And part of the reason that we skipped that interview that I just played was because I couldn't find the full thing, first of all. But also, there were so many of you guys who were wanting to get to Smiley's interview. And so we did, skip a couple of them so that we could get to Smiley's interview, because Smiley's interview had just happened at that point. And it was, honestly, it was just insane. It was just absolutely insane. You're a member but wasn't subscribed. Fail. Music City Mom. Welcome. Thank you for being a member for a month, by the way. And Salty City actually used your membership milestone earlier too. I do appreciate you on 10 months of you supporting and loving us here over at Sleuth Mom. Actually longer than that. I think that's just how long you've been a member, and I do appreciate that. He says this and then goes off on YouTube saying how much he loathes us all. Well, at this point, he also started going to the Facebook groups, and he actually rage quit one the other day and then tried to join a different one. And based on what Trev's time said, he did not allow him to enter. And so I'm sure that was a frustrating moment for him. So let me get to when Duchess has him come up on panel. And we will take a look at this. This is next. So again, closed captions are available if anybody needs closed captions. They are something that you can turn on this channel. I do run my chats. You guys are about 60 seconds ahead of me typically before I see it on StreamYard's end, because I do run it slightly behind, so that I'm able to run the closed captions on the stream. And so that is something that you should always have available in my live streams if I recall to turn it on. But that's something you can do if you need. Does anyone know where they went? Are they being tracked? No, I doubt it. I highly doubt they're being tracked. So again, this is Duchess discussion. She did the original interview with them before their interview with the news even came out. She had the first interview. This is her second time that she had them on panel. We watched her first interview the first day of this. This is part 3. Remember. Right. We will watch the Chronicle with Olivia interview again, because that one is only 20 minutes long, and I think it's important based off of the news interview and then Chronicles of Olivia too. But okay, so this is Duchess. Link here. Yeah, he said that the 2 dogs did it. He said that the scratches were for the dogs. There are private people following them, allegedly. I've heard there's all kinds of people following them. Sadly, that's what I mean. Like, so I don't necessarily fault them for leaving, just knowing that the YouTube brigade is on their way. JLR, in my opinion, I haven't minded JLR's coverage. Yes, he has put his input and his speculations and things like that into this. However, he's not saying anything. JLR has not said anything that the grandmother hasn't said. So keep that in mind too, because grandma is all over Facebook, all over the live chats, spreading the same types of comments that a lot of people have. And so are we supposed to say that the family is wrong for saying their opinions and then us repeating it? I don't know. That's Sebastian's family. They have the ability to say and feel however they want to. And so I have a hard time with people necessarily hating on everyone for spreading speculation, quote unquote, because yes, it is speculation, but it's not something that one side of the family hasn't already said. I mean, we are to the point now where Chris and Katie allegedly, according to the aunt, have threatened to sue her for starting the GoFundMe because they're upset that Seth is out there searching. Why would you be upset that he's out there searching? That doesn't make sense to me. They're upset that he put out details about the shoes. They're upset that he put out details that they did not want to release. And so they're throwing fits. I mean, they've threatened to sue Seth. They threatened to sue his sister. And basically it's like Chris is just stomping his foot all over the place, like throwing a fit right now. And I don't understand it. That's the issue. I agree with that. There is a line, there's a fine line on speculation. There really is. But it's hard whenever the family is saying it first. It's hard whenever grandma made a post literally saying that she will push for the death penalty whenever they find Sebastian. What does grandma think happened to him if she's out there saying that if Sebastian is harmed, she is going to push for the death penalty? What type of relationship does grandma know that Chris had with them? What type of relationship does grandma know happened inside of that house that she's out there posted on Facebook saying that she will push for the death penalty? Like, what? That was mind-blowing. Whenever I read that, it blew my mind. She's just coming out and saying it all. And do I agree with that? No. But that's his grandma, and if she wants to throw a fit all over Facebook, far be it from me. You know what I mean? That's her. That's all on her, and if I'm gonna read it, I'm gonna read it, I'm gonna share it, and I'm gonna talk about it, because if she is that concerned with the details in this house, and they've had multiple CPS reports before, keep in mind that if keep in mind how many cases that we have had like this, where Chris's personality type has been an abuser in the past. Chris's personality type has been the perpetrator in the past. And so I understand where the family is coming out. If they know this guy, they truly know him, and they know the situations surrounding this family, and they know about the CPS report, and they know about the information that's out there, and all of the things. Far be it from me to say that she's completely wrong. I just can't. I don't. How can you say that? Now, do we need to be, like, clickbaiting stuff? No. I mean, we don't know that they are I still, like I said, I still believe that he is alive and has the ability to come home, right? That's where I will stay in my thought process, that he has the ability to walk back through the doors and someday be reunited with his entire family, and then, 10 years down the road, they're all gonna laugh about how crazy things were and how much they were ready to kill each other over Sebastian disappearing. Right? But for now, yeah, she knows a lot more than we do. Yes, they threatened to sue grandma too, allegedly. They threatened to sue everybody. I mean, for all we know, they could have taken their trailer and gone to a lawyer right now, similar to the um the laundries, right? All of the areas aren't focused on areas where you would find a live person. So, yeah. And then people are like hating on JLR being out there recording, but guess what? Seth asked him to record the searches. He wants it documented in case something would be found, so that so that it's documented. I can understand desiring that. And not only that, but guys, I want to know what's going on. I'm nosy like that. I want to know what's going on. It's so frustrating in cases whenever we don't see what's going on, whenever we don't have updates. Does every minute need to be shared to the internet? Not necessarily. I don't think so. But at the same time, if you're asking JLR to be there night and day, follow you around walking, I mean, uh, it's kind of like, okay, yeah, you can put this content on your channel so that we can have that happen. Yeah, Seth wanted them there. He told them to go. He wanted JLR walking around with them. I don't think we can call him a tragedy pimp whenever he's been there and, you know, wanting to do I don't know. It's hard. And I understand though, whenever you start getting like everybody else, okay, everybody else is packing their bags and heading there now. Now it's going to start turning into a clown show and all the things. I just, whenever there's somebody, I don't know. If law enforcement hasn't processed the home yet, I wonder if they were asked to leave for that to occur. I don't know. Allegedly, there was several SUVs that were at the home yesterday and driving through the neighborhood. So maybe. Someone commented on the Smiley Stories world that Sebastian was supposed to be a witness on the court Chris had with his fourth wife and daughter domestic violence case with his daughter. Interesting. See, and so how do we know that for sure though? See, the problem with these cases are, we're all looking for information. We're all looking for what the facts are, and we all want truthful information. And so you have to go out and look for factual information, but then you have all of these different posts on Facebook. And so if you can't connect somebody directly to the family that's posting it, or in the comment section that's posting it, how do you know if it's truthful or not? Because I'm going to tell you right now, I can go onto any single one of these Facebook groups, make an anonymous post, claim that I'm a neighbor, and claim that I seen, Chris outside in his underwear doing cartwheels after they found out that Sebastian was missing. And people would eat it up. right? They'd be like, oh my God, he was celebrating. He was out there doing cartwheels in his underwear. He was so excited. Like, is it true? Who knows? A neighbor said it. Was it really a neighbor though? Or was it an anonymous post, right? That's the danger with this. That's the danger with it. Because it can be twisted and misconstrued and turn into craziness because we don't know where the facts lie. And so we have to rely on people that are coming out there from the family, verified neighbors that are coming out and saying things. But then we have stuff like grandma saying these things and we're like, whoa, hold the phone. What's going on? And then whenever Chris is coming out to try to be like, listen, here's the facts of what happened. And then he's like, oh, but the CPS worker called Sebastian a liar and then apologized to me. I'm like, I really doubt that happened. Don't get me wrong, CPS is trash in some of these states and we do have trash workers. But if we're really to the point now where CPS is approaching a child, calling them a liar and apologizing to the potential abuser after a multiple reports? Come on, guys. Where do the facts lie in that? We don't know because we can't talk to the CPS worker. That's all sealed. But can you really picture a CPS worker calling a child a liar? I just can't. I don't know. Chris not wanting Sebastian to associate with his daughter is a red flag. It shows he did not want them communicating and sharing abusive stories. Maybe, or maybe, I don't know. Who knows? Yeah, the story from Chris was, but so anyways, let's get back to the interviews though. We're going to go back to the Duchess and we're going to watch some of this here. Actually, we'll watch the whole thing as long as he's on panel. I am going to put it at 1.25 speed. So whenever you guys are like listening and you're thinking, wow, they're talking fast. I can't believe he's saying that quick. Keep in mind, I sped it up. Okay. Like I said, closed captions are available if anybody needs those. Yeah, take a second and hit the like button, you guys. 3:30 here. I appreciate you all for being here and really coming to listen. I mean, all we have is what the parents are saying because the police aren't saying enough. And so we have to go based off of what the parents are telling us so we can learn who Sebastian is as a person, what type of lifestyle he was going in. This isn't about me being mean or criticizing grieving parents who are going through the worst time in their life. No, this is about me looking at Sebastian's life, trying to figure out the why behind why he is missing so that we can hopefully figure out the where. I still believe that he potentially could have run away. And I think these interviews tell us exactly why that potential would be there for him to want to run away. Right? Then we look at the how. How did he run away if that's what happened? Did he have access to the internet? Was he handing out his phone number to random people? Could there have been a predator in the area that groomed him, became his best friend? And how out of touch are the parents if they're not seeing these beginning behaviors leading up to that? And then if that's not what happened, if police come out and say that there was foul play, where does the foul play lie? And how did it occur so that nobody would notice that Sebastian was missing until he was reported? Why did they call the sheriff's line that's not recorded instead of the recorded 911 line? Why is Chris telling us he was at work Saturday and Sunday, but then we find out that his business does not work on Saturday and Sunday? What's his true alibi? Those are the type of questions that I still have after listening to everything.
Oh, I'm here. Every day's a struggle, but we make it.
I know. Well, I do appreciate you taking the time to join me tonight so that we could just talk about your stepson, Sebastian, missing and everything that's transpired since our last conversation where you and Katie joined me to talk to me about Sebastian's disappearance. It seems like it's been a rough week.
It's been a rough 21 days and counting.
I know it has. And I just appreciate you taking the time to join us to maybe answer some questions. And I know there's some things that you wanted to clear the air about. And I appreciate you taking the time to just come over here and do that.
You're welcome.
Just trying to think where I want to start. I know there may be people that are watching or listening to this case. Everyone in the chat, if you would please, if you do have questions, the panel, Crystal, Arctic, and I have some questions and things that we are going to, we're just going to ask Chris. We've seen some people asking questions, we want to ask our own questions. We want to just make sure that things that were asked from the very beginning, to make sure that we've covered all of those things. And this may be answering the question that you have. And once we have went through some of those questions, we will take some questions from the chat. And I just ask that if your question has already been answered by Chris in the live stream, that we may skip over your question, because I don't want to have to make him continue to re-answer the same question, over and over. So,
from what I understand, Duchess said in a chat somewhere that she has answered, or she asked him 120 questions during this interview. That's a lot of questions. Now, the question is, do those 120 questions that she asked him line up with the answers to the questions that he said on Smiley or on the other interviews? 125 watching. Let me see if that's accurate, because oh, yep. We'll hit play again after we get some more likes. Just kidding. Yeah, take a second and hit the like button, you guys. There are bits and pieces out there, but no connection. For which part? Yeah, their non-emergency line is not recorded. Not recorded. Yep. In some states, they do record the non-emergency line. From what I understand, it's not recorded. And so that to me, it's kind of like, why? Why? And I mean, and he kind of explains it like, well, if you call the 911 emergency line, then they forward you to different things to connect you to the right dispatch. And so since I know the right dispatch, I just call it. But to me, it's like, or that it's not recorded. I don't know. I don't believe any of the three parents had anything to do with this. If I'm proven wrong, I will eat crow, but that's my opinion. I don't think that they physically caused his disappearance either, Cammie. And I would rather be wrong in that area to say that I do not think that they physically caused his disappearance, as in they did not murder him. I do not think that they unalived this child. Period. And so I still think he has the ability to come home. I will still remain hopeful that he is alive out there and has the ability to come home. That's where I'm going to stay with it. Until police come out and say 100% that there is foul play, I will continue to say that. However, did they emotionally make him desire to run away? Did they emotionally fight or have disagreements or arguments or whatever? I mean, most parents do with a 15-year-old, but I don't know. How severe was it? Who knows? Who knows? We don't know. So that's where we're at. Yeah, that's right, Jess. Best community. Right. I'm fine with eating crow too. I know though that there's red flags. We do, Roberta. We need a press conference and not some we're still investigating, we're looking into things, blah blah blah. Like, we need a real press conference with real answers. To me, you call 911 if you are a child or in an area that isn't local to you. No, maybe. You think he ran away due to the distress he was experiencing in the home. Well, right, unless a pervert picked him up. That's possible too. That's exactly it. The person who took him that he ran away with could have nefarious purposes. So, something to keep in mind. Why run before that? I don't know. But so keep in mind, if he's in love with somebody that he's talking to online, or he just always wanted a friend, why do any of the teenagers in this world run away with online relationships if that's something that could have happened?
We're going to start out with some questions from the panel, and then we will hop over to the chat, and we'll have Chris to see if he'll answer some questions from you guys. So we appreciate everyone for your patience, and we just ask that you show respect, and just kindness goes a long way, and we appreciate that. Let me get over here. I'd made myself a couple of notes, so I hope Sebastian's mom is okay. I know this has been very difficult for her.
Well, she's right here beside me, so she can hear every single thing.
Hey, Katie, I appreciate you being here and listening. You are in our thoughts and prayers, and I know this must be so very difficult for you. And I'm just praying for your strength.
Thank
And
you.
that's Sebastian will be found soon. We had lots of people donate tonight. So many wonderful, amazing people in this chat. We're going to be able to keep the billboards up until after next Monday. So, we've got a whole nother week that we're going to be able to run the billboards, which is amazing.
Well, thank you to everybody that has contributed and been a part of this from the start to current.
Y'all are very much appreciated in the chat. You have to know that it means so much to them, because these billboards, and listen, Chris, also, if there is another location that you and Katie would like to have a billboard, you can, let me know, and I'll be happy to get another billboard going. If there's a location that you are interested in, you can just reach out to me sometime this week, and I can look into it. If you think there's another location, that would be good, and we can get another one going up. Just let me know, and we'll make it happen. Okay. So, besides gaming, what are other things that Sebastian likes to do?
He likes to fish. He loves to play on playgrounds.
We get the little kid crafts from Lowe's and Home Depot, so he likes to build little things with me.
That's really cool. And you said that Sebastian didn't really have a lot of friends. He didn't really have any friends. He has a couple of friends at school. Do you think it's possible that, and which you told me before you didn't think so, but do you think there's any way possible that he could have met a friend online, either at school or at his father's or at your house? Do you think that's possible in any way?
There's always a possibility. That is a question that I can. There's always a possibility that a child can do something. Now, from my best recollection, mom's best recollection, and the father's best recollection, not that we know of. Our
Okay.
house, as we've stated, it is strict. It stays locked down with that kind of situation.
We use internet time and gaming as like a positive reinforcement rather than a free access.
Okay.
TBI is, excuse me, not just TBI, but all law enforcement agencies involved are actually anything and everything which way they can. They are doing their best to investigate, look, search, any little thing. And right now we got no luck.
Okay. Katie, can you walk us through, for anyone that's new to this case that may be just finding out about Sebastian being missing, can you walk us through what happened on Sunday, like before Sebastian, went missing? Can you walk everybody through that and what led up to you finding out that Sebastian was missing?
Yeah. Sunday morning, I'll just start at the morning. Sunday morning, we got up and I made a fun breakfast for us, spaghetti pancakes. Google it, y'all. We FaceTime family while we were eating so he could brag, because that's something he likes to do. and we were laughing and joking on FaceTime and having a good time with that. After breakfast, we got a call to go pick up um, our niece and go take her to meet up. So we did that. We went and picked her up, and we met her mom at BJ's, and we were there with family members. We come home and put our groceries away, and then a little bit later we went to the bowling alley, a local bowling alley here, and we played games. And then and this is just Bubba and I, and we went to dinner, just the two of us, and then come home. Um, he took the trash out because that's his chore, and he come in and he was playing in his room until bedtime. And at bedtime, I told him, I said, "Hey, Bubba, it's time to go to bed." And he goes, "Okay, good night, Mama, I love you." And then he said good night to his puppies, and he went to bed.
Okay. And walk me through what happened. You said that you were on a phone call, you were on the couch, and then you went to bed at midnight. Walk me through exactly what transpired during that time before you went to bed at midnight for you.
So, well, my husband, he works out of town a lot. So, um, we normally sit and talk every evening, and I normally fall asleep on him. um, and he'll tell me, "Wake up, you got to go to bed." And and that was right around midnight. So I got up and I put the puppies up and I went to bed myself at midnight. And I went to sleep, obviously. And then at 6 a.m., I went to wake him up for school, and that's when I couldn't find him. And sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. Take your time. Take your time. Tell me, did Sebastian take any type of medication before he went to bed, or that would make him sleepy? Or if he did take medication, it was just in the morning, or did he take medication at night before he went to bed?
He did take medication nightly and daily.
Okay. Okay.
For HIPAA reasons, we will not disclose
I
what the
understand.
medication is.
So just to be clear, releasing your own child's medication is not a HIPAA violation. Now, does every kid in the world necessarily want everybody in the internet to know what their medications are that they take, knowing how cruel parent or kids are these days? No, I can totally understand not wanting to reveal that information, or not wanting necessarily for people on YouTube who to have your medical business, right? But one thing that I you're sorry you don't believe her, and I get that. And one thing that Duchess actually calls out in another live stream I was watching, is the fact that she was mostly looking for the fact that that information isn't provided, like in the story, like I gave him his medicine, he went to bed, or or any of that information. Um, would you necessarily provide that detail? I think so, simply because of the fact that if it's a medicine to help him sleep and he went out in the middle of the night, she explained that they had a person who left in the middle of the night and they found him leaning against a tree asleep because his medication makes him tired and helps him sleep at night, and he went to sleep after he took his bedtime medicine. So if Sebastian's taking bedtime medicine to help him sleep or something along those lines, did he take it? Did she give him his bedtime medicine, or is he responsible for taking his own medication on a day-to-day basis? Do they give him that responsibility? Dutchie's channel name. Here's the link for it, I think. Me. Here's the link for this interview here. Duchess discussions. Let me just pin it. That way it's here. Right. Well, that's true. Some Beach, you're exactly it. They don't want to put out what medications he took, but they're perfectly fine publicly humiliating him by saying the fact that he wore diapers. That's perfectly fine. Like the fact that they make him wear diapers. That information's okay to put out there. But we're not going to tell people how many pairs of shoes he wears. Look on your face when he said that's a HIPAA issue. I know. Some of us do FBI style research on Chris. Oh, Amy in Boston. Yes, October 23rd, he was diagnosed. Check Discord. Okay. Okay. Yes. Oh, that's his grandfather. This is actually, I shared this the other day, but I will share it again. So this is from Robin Rogers, this screenshot here. Let me pull this up. Let me pull it up. So this goes with the other piece that I keep showing from the other day. And I think a lot of people have probably seen this already. This is Grandma's post the other day where she was talking about the searches and things like that. No, you're okay. It says, I first and foremost want to thank everybody for their prayers, especially those who have put boots on the ground looking for my grandson. I think I see a lot of people thinking that things have been manipulated and feeling sorry for the mother and stepdad. The biggest manipulator of information in this whole scenario is Chris Proudfoot. He accuses YouTubers of manipulating info. Well, he's the biggest spinner of all. He thinks there's 3 sides to every truth. No, there's not 3 sides to every truth. There's 3 sides to every story, but only one side to the truth. I'm so frustrated and so angry. I spoke to my grandson at least 2 times a month and many times in between. He told me a lot of things that I'm sure Chris Proudfoot does not want me to put out there. I have not spoken to TBI at this point. However, I think this will change this week if info is not provided that brings my grandson home. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth needs to be put out there. When you tell the truth, the whole truth, stories don't change. Timelines don't change. Facts come out. If you want to feel sorry or sad or bad for someone, think about Sebastian's father, Seth Rogers. Sebastian is his whole life, his reason for being. And maybe you should look into Katie's background and her family and her history of making and manipulating people to do her bidding. I think you'll find some interesting facts will come out. For now, please just keep Sebastian's name and face out there. Please help me find my grandson. His dad is besides himself and needs some closure. And then the second part of this one is this was posted directly after that and says, there's one thing that I forgot to include in my last post. If you care anything about my son, quit referring to Christopher Proudfoot as Sebastian's dad, father, or parent. Trust me, he's none of any of those. Every time I hear him referred to such, it makes my skin crawl and it breaks my son's heart. And so that was the first of the posts. Now she has done several more since then. Let me see if I can pull up one of these more recent ones. Let's see here. Goodness. So here, whenever you start diving into the Facebook post, it gets rough. But again, this is the family. So who am I to say that grandma is wrong for pointing out Chris's lies? Right? And how can we criticize that? Because this is grandma. She said, yet another lie exposed. Chris Proudfoot said, CP said on multiple interviews that he left the door open for me to contact them. I will admit that I left a very emotional message on 316, her Facebook Messenger, and to tell her the truth for the first time in her life, I did. I told her that if anything has happened to my grandson, I would push the death penalty. Yesterday, I received the following from KP. Robin, do not contact us again. Your messages have all been forwarded to law enforcement, as well as a request for you to no longer contact us. Whatever you like, KP. I'm one very angry grandmother, and you are not out looking for my grandson. I am afraid of the Proudfoot family. I'm not afraid of the Proudfoot family or this little man that you're married to. This country has something called freedom of speech. Look into it. Oh, I thought I shared it. I definitely didn't. So, and then there's the one from his sister saying about being threatened to be sued. It's an ongoing, you're so far behind in this case. Yes. It's taking off. It really is. And now it's just going to continue to, I don't know. I was saying the other day, whenever I first started talking about this, like it's gonna turn into Summer Wells very fast, especially with the family coming out the way that they are, against each other and the different things that Chris has said. It's a lot of red flags that make people concerned. Sounds like it's exactly like your daughter's ex. Yeah, maybe they don't want him to sound weak. Especially with the chromosome deletion. They had him getting tests young. It should have been caught or ruled out when he was young. This old diagnosis, oh, so many thoughts. What did Tracy Jones say? I would think bedtime meds help him sleep, so they don't want us knowing that. Right. Bedtime meds would, I mean, gosh, depending on what the bedtime medications are for, they're pretty much going to knock him out. I mean, if it's to help him sleep, I don't know. That concerns me that much more, unless he's responsible for getting his own medication. But if he's responsible enough to get his own medication on a day-to-day basis, why are we painting him like he's a 5-year-old? I don't know. Let me hit play again. I'm just going to hit play.
I was just trying to think, if there was something that might have made him sleepy, like if he would have woken up, I'm just all these different questions that people have asked. So,
right.
But you don't have to disclose any particular. Nobody needs to know that, specifically. I just wanted to ask. Do you feel any particular way? Do you have any thoughts about Sebastian's disappearance? Do you feel that he may have walked off? I've seen a lot of people in chat saying that he went out the window versus he went out the door. How did the door get locked? That you found the door locked. Can you walk me through exactly what that looks like and what you found? Was the door locked? What do you think may have occurred for him walking off versus
Well, I'll tell you
that he's
this.
with someone? Okay.
We didn't find any signs of the windows, but and without disclosing the details of my door locks, I will say that
Understand.
Sebastian regularly and consistently went out and locked the door behind himself.
Okay. Okay.
So we find out in one of Seth's interviews that there wasn't even a key. It wasn't about him locking the door behind himself. They have a code lock. And so they make it sound like there's this, like a key involved or some type of way. This, in my opinion, explains, the code lock explains to me why he would be locked out after he disappeared. Does he have his own code to get in and out of the house? They won't answer that question straight up, though, because it's part of the investigation. Like, why won't you answer the specific details about the investigation that we need to know? But then you're on here talking to me about an ex-wife two times removed, or about social services and about your custody situations and all of the things. It's like, but the door lock being a coded door lock is a secret? Like, that makes things make sense for if he snuck out in the middle of the night, the door would lock behind him, because all of us were sitting here for the last couple weeks like, How in the heck did he leave in the middle of the night, but then the doors are locked? Did he take a key with him? But then they wouldn't say if he took his key with him or not. Well, they won't say if he took his key with him or not because there is no key. Because it's a door lock. I mean, I don't know. It's an automatic locking door with a code, according to Seth. So why is there so many inconsistencies? I don't even see how that's a hard question, though. Like anything hard they don't want to answer. That's not even a hard question. How many pairs of shoes he has is not a hard question. Does he wear slippers at your house is not a hard question. There's questions that they won't answer that don't make no damn sense. Like, I can't wrap my brain around why it's such a big deal. And if Seth is able to go on interview after interview answering the hard questions, quote unquote, hard questions, why can't you just tell us that? But instead, we're talking about you beating him with a belt. You're going to come on a live stream and tell us that you hit him with a belt and about a CPS conversation, but you can't tell me that you have a coded door lock that actually has to do with his disappearance. You can't tell me that he wears slippers around your house. You can't tell me that he goes outside in his socks normally and you have to tell him to put shoes on. It just doesn't make sense. Like, they are making themselves they're making themselves appear guilty with the weird crap that they won't tell us. And I don't even think they're guilty, but and then in my mind, I'm like, why won't you just tell us the information to these questions? Like, why is it so hard? Your doors are connected to Wi-Fi and keep track of who comes in and out, what time, etc. They also can lock and unlock from a phone, can lock from outside on the keypad. Wow, that's very advanced. I'm going to tell you though, like, we have my cousin, and not even me. My cousin has a coded door lock and his doesn't keep track of anything. It's just the door code pad. So, I mean, I know that not all of them keep track. But then again, okay, so then the security system just so happens to not be on. The cameras just so happen to not be on the very weekend that he disappears. And it's just the less said makes not answering some of the questions less strange, right? It's hard to keep straight when you're answering those hard questions. Hi, Rose M. Thank you, Web Sleuths. I love Web Sleuths. They're my bedtime channel between them and Ping. Well, and Grey Hughes. I watch Grey Hughes too. I don't know. Let's keep going.
All right, let me get over here because I have some other questions that are coming in.
Now, I will say this much: let them ask questions. I mean, we're not hiding anything. I've heard so much negativity that I refuse to answer questions. Let them fly. I mean, I'll
Okay.
be respectful on my responses. I would hope they would be respectful in their questions, but please let them fly. We're good with it.
Okay. I'm just going to Crystal Arctic.
Let the questions fly. We're good with it. I'm going to answer whatever you need me to answer, except for anything pertaining to do with his disappearance. It's all part of the investigation. Like, and don't get me wrong, I'm sure that there is stuff that is part of the investigation that they can't say. But some stuff I don't see how it could be. I don't see how it is that big of a deal. You wonder if someone warned them about YouTube never right answers. Think about what you warn people before interviewing them. I would never warn them to say the wrong thing. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, whenever I talk to people and I warn them about the internet, I tell them to be careful with the information that you release about your personal life because people are going to dig into you. And I tell them that once you come to this platform, you are open to speculation and criticism and things like that, and so to be prepared for it. But they're out here telling all of their personal life, all of the weird stuff, but then won't talk about his shoes. So that doesn't make sense to me. I don't think that's right either, BC. I don't think that has anything to do with it. You can tell me about hitting him with a belt, but you can't tell me what type of shoes he has? That don't make sense. Could it be to not track both phones potentially? Like them thinking they could say his phone pinged there is really hers or mixed up? Oh, like it's about the phone ping, why they three-way called? I don't know. See, and that goes into was he there that weekend? Because I swear in one of the interviews, they make it sound like he was there earlier in the day and then drove back to Tennessee, and then that evening later on, and people were freaking out saying, "Well, was Sebastian seen after Chris went back to work?" And then it was like, "Well, yeah, Sebastian was on camera at a restaurant with the aunt or the niece," which has changed, like, I don't know if it's the aunt, the cousin, or the niece. They've named 3 different versions of who she's related how she's related to them. But he was allegedly with them at a restaurant, and so that was like, okay, so he was alive and well before Chris went back to work. But now it's Chris hasn't been home since the 3rd of February. And so that's where oh, where it all just keeps getting muddled. Yeah, the three-way call with mom muted. But she said she was muted because she was so emotional, which I could understand. I mean, being that emotional and, like, freaking out. Yeah, the Smiley interview, he said we would have heard that in regards to Sebastian leaving out the window, but now mom's telling us in the other interview that she did hear sounds, coming from his room at 10 p.m. Maybe the shoes were to make it sound like they came home for dinner, made it in the house with shoes. Where are they? Took them out to make their story. Learned about lies for alibis. See, but then I still don't believe that they're behind his disappearance. Does that make sense? Like, I still don't wanna think that they did anything to him. But the stuff that the inconsistencies and the stuff that they won't answer just is weird. It's just so weird, and I can't shake that, and I'm not gonna not talk about it, right? Everybody wants me to what? Just pretend that their interviews are completely normal. To me, they're not. To me, they don't make sense. Yeah, he said that there was cameras all over the house, but then said they couldn't disclose if they had video of anything because it's part of the and yeah, I do too, Jennifer Lawson. Right, he takes his shoes off before going in the house at the front door. They all take their shoes off at the front door, but then they said that he wouldn't go outside without shoes, but then mom 2 interviews later said that he goes outside without shoes all the time. Yeah, super convenient, high Southern red. You're so puzzled, you just have bad vibes, and I get it, Roberta. It's hard. It's hard whenever we follow so many cases that the parents kill their children, right? That's the difficulty here because we have just seen how many back to back to back to back to back to back to back cases of this kid murdered, that kid murdered, all of the kids, all of them are murdered all by their parents lately. And so then whenever it's a case like this, it's like, "Oh, come on." And it's in Tennessee. I think TBI just adds to it because I don't trust TBI to do their job. And that sounds horrible, but Summer Wells is still missing. We still have no idea where Summer Moon Utah Wells is. We still have no clue what happened to her. We are no closer on day 1000. Oh gosh, how many days? How many days are we at now? Where's Ramblin' at? Let's see, 2 weeks ago was 1,000, so we're still no closer at finding Summer Wells 1,000 plus days later. No closer. Not one hint closer. all this time later. And so it makes me lose hope. You try to trust the process and you try to trust that they're going to be on top of things. But then you see cases like Summers and you lose hope. Yeah, almost 3 years. So we have to hope that Sumner County is leading this investigation down a right road. You think stepdad will get fired up real fast with Nancy Grace questions, I bet. Yeah, Michael Vaughn, 972 days. But his police department are more open. 1,013 days. Thank you. And we still pray today is the day. Michael Vaughn, 972 days. I don't know. So we just keep hoping that there's some way that he can come home. Somehow that he can make it home safe. But let me play this again before I get too caught up in my crazy.
Do you have a question that you want to ask before I take a few questions from the chat?
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
We know that Sebastian was high functioning, had high functioning autism. What would you say was strengths and weaknesses that he had? Because no two kids are the same, is why I'm asking.
That is you are nowhere far from the truth on that, because that is so correct. Sebastian is extremely high functioning. His weakness, he does not have a sense of personal space. They've always been working with him about like a 3-foot rule, because he likes to be right up in your face. Hey, whoa.
He deals with some social and emotional dysregulation issues.
Mhm.
Simply put, his emotions or responses don't always appropriately match the situation. And socially he can be somewhat awkward interacting with others because he doesn't always match, like, I don't know how to say it right. Like, someone will want to talk about one conversation, but if that's not the subject he's fixated on, he will just railroad over that and go right back to what he's thinking. But at the same time, he's also, for the most part, a pretty happy kid, and he loves being a helper, and he likes animals, and he's really smart.
He can play in a game of chess, and he's beat grown men in chess.
He actually likes reading occasionally, but only if it's what he wants to read. So like Minecraft books, he loves to read those. Albeit his humor is a little different. He's funny. I prefer, he's silly more than anything.
How is he with strangers?
Depends on the day, to be honest with you. He goes either he's never met a stranger, all the way to, depending on his mood, he don't want nothing to do with anybody. So it's kind of difficult to answer that question because it varies depending on where he is in the moment.
Okay.
Normally he's there's times he's not afraid to talk to people. There's times he is afraid to talk to people. Adults maybe not so much, but children, he has no problem approaching children and talking.
For the most part.
For the most part, like I said, it just depends on what mood and what day of the week you catch him.
Okay. Artie, do you have a question you'd like to ask?
I just wanted to know if maybe, thinking back on it, is there anything you can think of that seemed off or out of the ordinary prior to him going missing that during the night before you noticed he was missing?
I honestly didn't notice anything that was like, oh my God, that's weird. I mean, we had a really good day. He wasn't in trouble at all. We went to bed on a good note. And I don't know if maybe he just wasn't saying something, but nothing. And I've gone over this so many times. I'm ill, but I didn't see or notice anything that was like red flag.
Okay.
He didn't have any meltdowns or anything like that seemed off.
No, he was actually really well behaved that day. He was even keel for the most part all day.
Can I ask the question?
Sure.
Was that unusual for him to be well behaved all day?
Not necessarily. And
Sebastian goes through phases.
he's got streaks where he's great, and then it's like he,
Goes through remission.
yeah, like he'll screw up and he'll get in trouble, and then he'll be good again, and he'll screw up. I mean, he's like a typical kid, in a sense, but he just has autism, and I mean it's hit or miss.
But like he'll be doing really, really great for a few weeks, and then all of a sudden it's like he'll flip a switch. Sorry. And and then we're working on going to the bathroom, and we're working on manners, and we're working on attitude, and then and then we'll go through that phase, and then we'll go through and he'll flip the switch again, and he's doing really great. He just goes
I
through,
understand that
it's like
completely. Trust me.
progress backpedal, but
Now, when I saw on social media, some people were talking about Seth had spoken on, I guess it was maybe it was the Pascal show that he recently spoke on, and he was talking about how at the end of the school year, Sebastian was supposed to come and live with him. And can you tell us anything about that? Is there anything specific to know about that? I think a lot of people have been, have been saying some very interesting things. According to some posts that I saw, apparently it's because Chris, you are that he's scared of you. That he's scared of you, and that you're bullying him at home. And I don't like to ask these questions, but I
I
feel
would
like
prefer
this
you.
needs to be
I would actually
address
prefer
this
you ask
because
these questions.
I just want you to talk to us about why people are saying this and why people are also putting online that you have domestic violence charges. And I just wanted you to talk to us about that. If you, whatever you feel like you can tell us, so we can try to reel that in.
Oh no, I'm okay to address every bit of this.
Okay.
So you mentioned Sebastian's afraid of me. Well, that is a loaded question because somebody who has released some information out there from another show, who I won't put his name out there, allowed somebody to say something. Now, mind you, when you have a teenage child or teenage children, all parents know this, your children are not going to like you because you're not there to be their best friend. You're there to be a parent. And as parents, you have rules they have to follow. If they don't, there's consequences. Sebastian will say,
I'm just going to pause right there for a second because I don't agree with this. Do you go through rough spots with your teenagers and days or hours that maybe you don't get along? Sure, absolutely. Every parent I feel like butts heads at some point in some way, shape, or form with their teenager, right? But you don't hate each other. I don't think my son would describe well, and I don't necessarily know if I want to ask him. He's sitting behind me looking at me right now. But I don't necessarily think that whenever you are disciplining your child or whatever, like, he doesn't hate you. I don't know. And so I disagree with this a little bit. Like, to say that Sebastian didn't like him because of discipline, like, that's not, there should be a respectful back and forth between people, right? Even whenever it comes to discipline and things like that, my son understands that we discipline him or do things because we love him and because we're trying to protect him and because we're trying to make his life better, or so that he can live and become the best adult someday, a productive member of society someday that he possibly can. But to say that discipline leads to hatred, so BC, I can't relate to most people as far as my teenage life goes, because I did live in an extremely abusive home. And so I don't know what a normal teenager's life looks like. I know what I see based on a parent with my son, who's 13, and the interactions that I have with him, you know, even with his ADHD and different things that my son has, we don't have hatred. You aren't there to be their friend. Your job is to parent, right? I didn't make it a point to belittle and beat my kids. That's true. And so that's why whenever you say, do you remember what it was like to be a teenager? Um, my mom was beating me as a kid. My stepdad did beat us as children. He was drunk all the time and would beat the life out of us. I can't tell you how many times I called police on my parents, day after day after day. And so, I can't relate to that, so it's hard for me to say but even then, even in the abusive situation that I was in, I still, in some twisted way, loved my family because they were my family. Right? And so that's why I struggle to think of what were you doing to those poor kids that he literally hated you? I don't know. I don't know. Like I tell my kids, just because I have to discipline you does not mean that I don't love you. Right? It's because I love you that I discipline you. Right? And so I don't know. And I guess, like, even whenever you hate your parents growing up as a teenager, because I'm sure some of you guys did go through those types of emotions where you had, like, the hate, love, hate, love, hate, love. It was probably short-lived, right? Certainly you didn't hate them for long periods of time to the point where you were I don't know. You didn't hear him say, like, hate or hatred, he said he don't like, right, okay, so he didn't say the word hate. Mm. So he was referring, though, to the other information that's been put out there because Robin and other people have said about how Sebastian, did not like Chris and feared Chris and things like that, right? So I'm sure I'm using the word hate on my own. So good call out, Harlot Oscara. Your teenage years were abnormal as well. My kids, I always ask, do you understand what I'm concerned about? Discussions. People are people regardless of age, right? I find myself having more heart-to-heart talks with my son than necessarily abuse is, or not abuse. I was reading the other comment. You said you didn't realize it was abuse because till you became an adult. But I find myself having more heart-to-heart discussions instead of discipline with my son because, you can ground him from his phone, you can do whatever, but it just doesn't phase him. But having that genuine sit down conversation where you like kind of try to make them see your point of view and make them understand why the boundaries have to be the boundaries that they are. Just sitting there and talking with him and trying to get that understanding as to why are there parental controls on the internet? Why do I shut the internet and the entire house off at 8:30 PM every night? With the exception of my device, my husband's device. Why? Because that way it's a safe haven for a teenage boy to live in, right? So I don't have to worry about having to monitor the devices and things like that. Why do we have the expectations for schooling to have certain grades and things like that? Because it's so important as you get to these higher years, especially to lay the foundation so that you don't have to work with your hands. So that you don't have to be the person who is the bottom of the total bowl at a company, making him understand why the foundations need to be there for the rest of his life. Those types of conversation, I think, is more important instead of just abuse or hatred or anger or fear. Why is that how we seem to parent in this family? Yeah, talking, listening, being an example, it's parenting, it's love, it's respect for their life that you brought into this world, right? Nancy Grace shared a photo of Sebastian in the dining room. You noticed black shoes in the background of the dining room, not the front door. Like, I don't know. You think some public schools in Tennessee still allow spanking? I don't know. We're not gonna get into, like, a spanking debate, because I know that that is, like, a sore subject with a lot of people, but yeah, keep the lines of communication flowing. Your dad didn't even get his belt off before you were screaming and crying. You were a drama queen, Tracy. Yeah, the internet's a crazy place beyond all the cat videos and TikTok dances. It's an array of gruesome videos and just stuff that kids should not be. Yeah. I don't disagree with their parental controls and things like that. Right? He admittedly hit him with a belt. He threw away his belongings in the trash. He took his snake away. From what it seems like, CP was always gone working. The dynamic is very strange. It's like he came back to discipline every time. Like, this to me reminds me of the Elijah Vu case with him being sent to punishment for a week at Jesse's house. Like, stepdad just comes home and disciplines. Right. Fear and pain is not parenting, in my opinion. I don't know how anybody can advocate and stand up for stepdad with his parenting style based off of what we have heard, what grandma has told us, what Seth has told us about what Sebastian has said to them. And yes, teens, children in general can exaggerate and things like that. But I don't see how any single person can stand here and say that Chris Proudfoot's parenting styles towards a child who they are just who they are dictating and depicting as some severely autistic, you know, child who can't handle anything. I don't think anybody could stand here and defend what their discipline was like, or what type of things were going on in this situation. You bet Chris or Katie never took time to show Sebastian how to clean a room. Maybe. Maybe they did. Maybe they just got tired of fighting with him about his room being a mess. I wonder what mom did for discipline. I know, trouble. People are defending him. And I can see the point of defending to I can see the point of saying, like, okay, we don't know that they did anything to him as far as murder and things like that, because we don't know that. There has been no evidence of foul play pointed out, right? It's not like they're rumors, right? Chris admitted it himself. And the other sides of the family are coming out. We have neighbors on the Facebook going around saying that they could hear screaming and yelling coming from the house. Like, come on, guys. It's not okay. Yeah, that parenting style does not work for autistic children. For children with autism, that parenting style does not work. You cannot just discipline a child with autism until they're no longer autistic. That doesn't work. It does not work. You have a question? Sometimes maybe, see, you have to reach out to me via email. We'll chat. But this is not an open panel right now. Still not convinced of foul play, but you do feel like he wanted to push Sebastian out. You've seen defense of the belt by several? You've seen defense that they hit him with the belt? With a belt? Not like a paddle, like, not like a swat to his rear end or whatever. Like, you've seen people defending that it's the belt? That's crazy to me. Like, creators or the chat? Because if you've seen creators defending, that's considered abuse. I'm almost positive that that is considered abuse. And you hit your kids with a belt. Any spanking that leaves a mark on a child or involves hitting your child with an object like a cane, a coat hanger, or a belt is considered child abuse. Even though lightly spanking your child may be legal, the authorities will consider it child abuse if there is a bruise or any marks on the child's body. You cannot hit a child with a belt. Any implement other than a bare hand is illegal, and hitting a child in anger or in retaliation for something a child has done is not considered reasonable and is against the law. Period. So if you see creators coming onto this platform that are advocating for children or covering true crime or covering the tragedy pimps that cover true crime or whatever, if you see creators that are coming onto this platform saying that it is okay to hit this child with a belt, even if it's one time, they are wrong, and they are saying that abuse is okay. And that's not okay with me. A creator defended it, saying that the kids needed it. It's a weapon. Both. You've seen the belt defended too. The law states that hitting somebody with a belt or an object is abuse. So if there are creators on this platform advocating for child abuse, that's an issue. You can stand up for Chris 1,000 ways till Sunday about how awkward they may have been or anything like that, but advocating for a creator or for a parent to be allowed to hit a child with any object other than an open hand. That's it. Other than an open hand. That is child abuse. Period. And that type of thought process, is why there are so many children that we cover on these cases that are abused. You don't agree with hitting a child, period. Have to get to a point of anger to do that. It's a dangerous, given the size and difference of authority and role. No, don't post names. Don't post names. If you guys see creators doing that, though, please, let them know that that is child abuse. It is illegal. It is against the law, and it is wrong. Period. Especially a neurodivergent child. Your child is so incapable and is so autistic and all of these things, but it's okay to hit him with a belt. Child abuse. Abuse. That is child abuse. To hit a child with an object is abuse. Period. There's no line. It is. That's it. You get blocked a lot? Roberta. Yeah. That's why we gave you a wrench, so that it doesn't happen on accident. Yeah, that's good, Kim. Yeah, send me a message. That's crazy. Child abuse, guys, is wrong. Whether it's one hit or 100, any type of hit. You used to get a roller to the palm of the hands, but that was a long time ago, right?
Say one day he's upset and mad at me for something, and 20 minutes later will run up to me, throw his arms around me, cry, and say, "I'm sorry and I love you." So, when you get in trouble, of course you don't like your parents. He said the exact same things about his father, but that's when you set him down and say, "Look, bud, parents are parents, and we're going to have to do what we have to do. And unfortunately, you're not going to like it, but down the road, when you get older and if you decide to have children, someday you're going to look back and say, man, they were right." So, I mean, people have their opinions, they have their thoughts and their assumptions, and that's fine. I have never once stopped a person from having them. That's why we are people. That's how we are. But knowing the facts are one thing, and then assumptions behind what you want to put out there is something totally different.
Right.
You addressed domestic violence. Okay. There are some folks out there who've decided to go online and go pull some public records, which perfectly okay with. Domestic violence, if I had domestic violence in my background, I wouldn't have certain credentials that I have because you're not legally allowed to. Domestic violence? No. I've had a temporary protective order, and I had a no contact order placed against me in New Mexico with my ex-wife. Now, mind you, let me back up and I'll play the whole story for you. Me and my ex-wife, we actually lived here in Tennessee for a little bit. We had a daughter, and at the time, my daughter was only maybe 6 weeks old. An event took place while I was holding my daughter, and when that took place, I filed for an immediate protection order against her. We went to court. The court made their decisions. I gave my daughter back to her mother, and when she received her, she jumped in the truck and flew right back to New Mexico. Got to New Mexico within 2 days of being there. She turned around and filed the exact same thing against me in New Mexico. So everything that people are reading, it's on a court document. But what you don't read is the all the things that are happening in the court. You're not reading the transcript. So unfortunately, you don't know the full story. But
Right.
if people want to ask, I'm okay to tell you. You know, yes, I still have a current custody case going on in New Mexico that actually has absolutely zero bearing on this case with Sebastian. I do ask people to refrain from bringing that up because it has no bearing. And all you're going to do is put assumptions, and you're going to allow people to have their speculations and bring out more false information. And what people don't understand is every time somebody puts something out there, or they call into the law enforcement agency and says, the stepfather did it, you need to check the stepfather.
Yeah, listen, stop making phone calls like that. If you are calling in tips based off of these interviews, don't. Right? We need actual factual information to figure out where the heck Sebastian is. Never would I ever advocate for any type of anything that I say, for example, to be taken and ran with as a tip. Don't do it. The worst thing you can do is bog down these lines. But with him saying this, he's aware that this is happening. Stop coming out here and putting out more information. Shh. Stop it. You're forced to give your daughter back and she filed on you. Obviously, the judge didn't rule in your favor. So, yeah, hitting a child is domestic violence. You're a knobhead, Mr. Chris. Mr. Chris. I don't know.
Well, now you've just pulled a body away from the investigation because they are mandated to deal with that.
Right.
And I have told everybody from the very beginning, the TBI put a news link out, and in there it does state that all three parents have extremely been cooperative and constantly or continuously working with law enforcement. And there's absolutely nothing to show that we are responsible, foul play, any of that nature. People have asked about interrogations and polygraphs. All this stuff has been done. All of it has
Yeah, I
been
think
done.
that was one of the questions that I had up next was, have you both taken a polygraph test?
The results are passed.
Chris, can I ask something? Because I know that
Yes, ma'am.
people's going to ask it afterwards. The event that happened, was that toward you or by you?
It was toward me.
Okay.
So to give you, I'll go ahead and paint that story very crystal clear. I was holding my daughter in my left arm. Okay, mind you, she was a little baby. She was up against my chest, cuddled up next to my cheek and my shoulder. My ex-wife accused me of having an affair with a coworker, who was not much into men. I'll let you go that direction wherever you want to go. Just wasn't into men. And that coworker was my boss at the time. And she didn't like, and I was like, "You're kidding me, right?" And I showed it to her. She's very hot-headed. She didn't like the answer. Swore up and down I was. And she connected and slapped me across the left-hand side of my face where I was holding my daughter. If you can do that while a man is holding a child, or a woman is holding a child for that matter, if you can slap that person while they're holding that child, that says something about you.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to be in that situation. I wouldn't expect any person to be in a situation of that. So I had to do what I had to do based on being a parent, which was best for my child.
Right.
So here we are telling us the details of this whole altercation from his side of the fence and his perception of it. But yet we cannot know that that Sebastian has shoes. Like I can't this is what I mean. Like why? Why do we have to come out and clear up all these rumors? And I understand wanting to try to protect yourself to a point, but like I don't know. Like I said the other day, you are literally arguing to a brick wall. You're not going to change anybody's opinion or how anybody thinks about you. I know anytime someone says they passed a polygraph, my red flags go up, right? They talk about the polygraph more again.
I just knew that in the future that people would be online saying there was an incident and nobody asked what the incident was. You
And I'm
said the
sure,
result,
I'm sure they're
the
gonna
results are,
spin it.
yeah, the results of the polygraph was that you passed. Is that both of you passed, or can you say?
Yes.
Okay. I think that was my question that was up next was, so you've both taken a polygraph test. That was, some of the questions. I see a couple people asking that specifically. Did you take a polygraph test specifically? Chloe, and Mo wanted to know specifically, could you elaborate? Did you take one and also pass?
I've got a question, and a lot of people have been asking, Chris, is there any reason why you don't want Sebastian around your daughter?
So I'm gonna make this real crystal clear for everybody. There's some things that can be spoke of, and there's some things that will not be spoke of. And personal issues inside my family are strictly that. They have no bearing on this investigation.
He just finished telling a personal story, right? Just finished telling a personal story. And he's like, but I'm not going to address any personal stuff that has no bearing on the investigation. I would fail a polygraph over being nervous about the polygraph. I wouldn't put much stock in them. They're not even, you can't even use them in court. They're not admissible. I don't understand why people get so fixated on them. I guess that they can be used for an investigative technique, but I'm the same way. Like I get nervous going to the doctor's office. I couldn't imagine walking into a police station. Right? I'm a freaking nervous wreck for stuff like that. Um, my blood pressure would probably be through the freaking roof, and I would bomb it just as well. If I would even take it. I probably would not do anything without a lawyer present, period. Nothing that a lawyer would advise me of. Not even that I'm guilty, but just because I've seen how these cases go. And I would lawyer up immediately. Immediately, and then I would speak to no one, and you guys would all be like, "She's guilty! Slea's mom killed everybody!" Because she lawyered up and she didn't talk. But that's just what I would advise for the entire world. Honestly, if anything ever happens to anybody in your family.
The cops are well aware of everything involving specifics. And that's quite honestly, I know this is going to sound snarky and rude, but it's really nobody's business as to that because it has no bearing on this case.
Understood. Okay.
West Nashville OG. Y'all are judging his bad parenting. He admitted to child abuse on a live stream. Not whether he did something or not. This all plays into why potentially Sebastian could have run away and potentially why he could have been driven to run away if he ran away. I do not think that Chris murdered Sebastian. Prove he was not at work. We already did. Well, I mean, I didn't show the document, but they cannot work on Sundays. So, because of the noise ordinance laws. So, there's that. There are cameras at his job site. That's great. And I'm sure TBI has that information. But so far, we have no alibi for what he was doing Saturday or Sunday outside of his word. TBI has not come out and said absolutely anything. If he's innocent and sues everyone, I really hope if he's innocent, he sues every one of the people that slammed him. Doesn't mean he wasn't there. Was he working by himself? Was he the only person just sitting in a crane while there's nothing going on? Like I said, he very well could have been sitting in his trailer in his boxers watching TV and eating bonbons all day. But anytime he's asked about his activities over the weekend, he won't answer. It's part of the investigation. And then TBI has given us nothing. So he wanted his daughter back, but didn't want her around Sebastian. I'm sorry, but me and my kids are a package. No deal, no substitutions. Where would they have put him? Or put her? Would she have only been allowed to come over on weekends that Sebastian wasn't there? Like, that's weird to me, I guess. But we don't know anything. Do we know that to be true? As a factual that they have both taken a polygraph and no. Kimberly Wells, we have no information saying anything. No information saying anything about what from TBI. We only have their statements. When parents of a missing child stick to only searching for their child and doing media conference with police, when will parents of missing children stick to only searching for their child and doing media conferences with police? All of this is absolutely insane. I agree, Avery. Oh my gosh, I've been begging since like the beginning that they stay off the internet. West Nashville OG, it's part of the investigation. We're not cops. I understand that. Why is he coming on social media telling us all this? I agree. I agree, but here we are with all the statements that we have. All we can do is sit here and watch Chris Proudfoot talk because that's all he's done is talk and talk and talk and talk and talk. And ain't nobody else talking but him. Nobody else can get a word in edgewise. You were told that Chris did not take a lie detector test? I have no idea. Mom supposedly did. Katie was the one home with him, not saying she unalived him either. Nobody has gone there, right? Hey, you come here and show me where I slandered him. Go for it. You work out there with him, just a question, right? You would do the same thing if you were innocent, I would do the same thing as what? No. Me and Chris are not the same. Not the same. It's probably Chris under like a different name or just some random person who's upset that people are talking about his interviews. Right, they didn't do themselves any favors at all. At all. Since he was so close with his bio dad, did she get in touch with him right away to see if he had heard from him? That would be one of the first places to check. So Shaggy, based off of what they said in all of these interviews, they based off of what they said on these interviews, they contacted the police and stuff before they contacted Seth. And then Seth got there before Chris.
And for the record, I will say this: all three parents have an agreement.
No, absolutely not. I don't think that you have to be Chris or Katie because of the different point of view. For all I know, you could be BC because she also agrees with you. So,
And we all understand this. That can be
Got
said.
it. Got it. Okay. And
right.
someone wanted to ask Angela.
That's the first thing. I would not be out there threatening to sue every single person that was looking for my missing child. I would not be out there threatening to sue everybody. Yeah, no one said opinions are facts, it's observation. Definitely need to look up the definition of slander as well.
Angela said, I would like for Chris to clarify what he meant when he said he hasn't seen Sebastian since early February. Are you able to clarify? And if you're not, just state that.
I can pull up the ordinances, though, for the area that he was working and prove that he was not working. So, on Sunday, he was not at work. He may have been at his camper in that area, but he was not at work on Sunday.
So I cannot give certain details with this investigation, and that's kind of one of those things.
Okay.
I wished I could eventually down the road. I'm sure that will allow to come out.
Okay.
But as it stands right now, the answer that I've given is early February. was the last time that I saw Sebastian. And no, I was not home when all of this took place. I actually got back to Nashville. And I believe it was later in the afternoon, but I was on the phone with the police for the majority of that day until I physically got here.
A question that I've seen asked, so I figured I wrote it down to ask you. Why was the sheriff's office called and not 911?
So I don't our house is not designated for city limits, which jurisdictions for police are inside city limits. The sheriff's department is what governs our area because we're outside of that. So if you call 911 and you're outside of those areas, it goes to a central point, but then they will turn around and ask your location and then they redirect you to another dispatcher. If you know who the dispatcher, who your law enforcement agency is that governs your area, I just call them straight. There's no point in wasting time going from one to another to get to what I need when I know exactly who to call.
And you guys were on a three-way call because you
Yes.
were not, you were coming from out of town. Is that correct?
We were on a three-way call.
Yeah, that law enforcement was called on a three-way call. Is
Yes.
that correct? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to clarify that. Carrie Dean wants to ask you if Sebastian could have been sneaking out prior without y'all knowing.
I would like to say no.
Okay.
And the reason why I say that is not Sebastian. He's not a child that just goes outside at any point in time without telling somebody something.
It's somehow that zero knowledge.
Yeah, if it had happened, we don't know about it. But our neighborhood is a very small subdivision. It's not huge.
You were trying to help me investigation. Why are you playing interviews that have been played by 20 YouTubers? It's just regurgitating of BS for views. You wanted to find them, come search. So are you saying that this is your investigation? So are you related to the family if it's help me investigation? What is that even supposed to mean exactly? Hey, you can just keep ranting and raving in the chat. We're going to keep watching Chris's words because we have not heard from police. And so all we have is their statements that don't go together. I'm reading your message right there. You're the one who typed it weird. What? Playing these videos are not finding him at all, but we can understand more about his life and why, if Sebastian ran away, that he would have. That's what we're looking for. What is the motivation and how could he have ran away? We found out that now Katie heard a noise at 10 p.m. that evening that he went missing. Could he have left at 10 p.m. that night? Possibly.
And everybody here looks out for everybody. We all watch to make sure everything's kosher in the neighborhood, and nobody has reported anything of that nature.
Okay. Crazy Linda asked, were there any weapons in either homes? And if so, were they all accounted for by law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. And
do you all have camera footage in your home? I've heard people saying that too.
That is some information that we cannot divulge at this time due to the ongoing investigation.
Okay.
Thank you.
I wish we could, but unfortunately we can't.
Did Sebastian have a key to the house? And if he did he take that key with him?
That is another part of an investigation that's ongoing that we cannot answer.
Okay.
Can I ask the question I've seen? Whose idea was it for Sebastian to move in with his bio dad after school was out?
All three parents.
And another thing that I've seen, and I mean, I understand if y'all can't answer, but was there also a restraining order on the biological dad?
That was posted in a Facebook group
Yes.
that someone sent to me. I think, no, that was something else. Let me find it. Someone
It
sent
was
that to
it
me.
was actually underneath JLR's video. It wasn't in the Facebook group.
Okay, so here's what I will openly say about that.
Oh, there
Um,
it is. That's what somebody posted in the comments.
so what I will say on that is this.
So this comment says, JLR, while you're busy researching stepdad, please use as much due diligence and effort to look into biological dad. Mom filed DV charges or restraining orders on him in San Diego in August of 2016, 6 months after she filed for divorce. He's only been a police officer since February of 2023 in Tennessee. Prior to that, he worked at several places in the security industry.
People go through divorces, and it is not the best of times. So I was not privy to that kind of information prior to my relationship with my wife. That if anything happened, that happened prior to my knowledge. So I cannot and give you an answer of that. But what I can say is, if it is out there, it could be of public knowledge. It could be a public record, but I don't have any knowledge of it.
So he says that he doesn't have any knowledge on this. And so my question is, why is he answering the question? Katie is sitting right there. If you weren't with her, you weren't part of that, you have no knowledge, let her answer. She's right there. And this is the problem that people continuously have with the fact that he talks so much, because whenever it's a question that he doesn't know the answer to, just let her answer. Just let her answer. But we can't. Mr. Chris has to talk. Talk, talk, talk.
Okay. That's what I needed to ask on that one. Okay, going back over here to my questions, guys. Please, I appreciate your patience, and they are sending me the questions. So I see that you guys are still posting more questions, and I'm getting to them as fast as I can. So thank you guys for being patient. I do have 4 or 5 more messages that just popped up that said they want to know that you definitely took a polygraph and passed because it got cut off by a different question, and they feel like you did not answer that. So I'm just asking one more time. This is the last time, guys. I'm going to revisit this question.
Okay, for the record.
Mo, he said he passed it, according to Amy.
Well, hold on. Somebody asked the question, was a polygraph taken and has it been passed? Yes. I didn't specify who or when. But what I can tell you, everything has been vetted completely.
So what was it, like 15, 20 minutes ago? He said that they had both passed. And now he's saying he's not going to say who or what or when or why or whatever.
To my knowledge. So I cannot and give you an answer of that. But what I
Rewinding
can
that
say
so
is,
we can hear that
if it
sentence
is
again.
out there, it could be of public knowledge. It could be a public record, but I don't have any knowledge of it.
Okay. That's what I needed to ask on that one. Okay, going back over here to my questions, guys. Please, I appreciate your patience, and they are sending me the questions. So I see that you guys are still posting more questions, and I'm getting to them as fast as I can. So thank you guys for being patient. I do have 4 or 5 more messages that just popped up that said they want to know that you definitely took a polygraph and passed because it got cut off by a different question, and they feel like you did not answer that. So I'm just asking one more time. This is the last time, guys. I'm going to revisit this question.
Okay, for the record.
Mo, he said he passed it, according to Amy.
Well, hold on. Somebody asked the question, was a polygraph taken and has it been passed? Yes. I didn't specify who or when. But what
See, so ain't that like shady as crap? Like what are you doing? So now we changed the polygraph statement. 156:43. Remember that timestamp. 156:43. And come back to this. Because I want to go back to the other one. I had to find it. In just a second, because Mr. Word Salad.
And I don't know if maybe he just wasn't safe, likes animals, and he
Can try to
Opinions, they have their thoughts and their assumptions, and that's fine. I have never once stopped a person from having them. That's why we are people. It's domestic violence. No, I've had a
If
temporary
I can find it on
protective
the
order,
transcript.
and I had a no contact order placed against me in New Mexico with my ex-wife. Now, mind you, let me back up and I'll play the whole story for you. Yes, I still have a current custody.
Afterwards.
I'm not going to be in that situation. I would expect any person to fly. I mean, I'll
Okay,
be
okay.
respectful on my response.
Sebastian take any type of medication before he went to bed, or
I gotta find it.
saying that he went
I
out the
have to
window
find the
versus he went out the
thing.
door?
Fly. I mean, I'll
Okay,
be
okay.
respectful on my
Transcript is not
responses.
available.
I would hope they would be respectful in their questions.
I prefer he's
Okay, there we are.
Because every time somebody puts something out there or they call into the law enforcement agency and says, the stepfather did it, you need to check the stepfather. Well, now you've just pulled a body away from the investigation because they are mandated to
The
deal with that.
Yeah.
Right.
And I have told everybody from the very beginning, the TBI put a news link out, and in there it does state that all three parents have extremely been cooperative and constantly or continuously working with law
It doesn't
enforcement.
say extremely
And
cooperative.
they have there's absolutely nothing to show that we are responsible, foul play, any of that nature. People have asked about interrogations and polygraphs. All this stuff has been done. All of it has
Yeah, I
been
think
done.
that was one of the questions that I had up next was, have you both taken a polygraph test?
The results are passed.
Chris, can I ask something? Because I know that
Yes,
people
ma'am.
was going to ask it afterwards. The event that happened, was that toward you or by you?
It was toward me.
So, have you taken a polygraph? And the results were passed. Then he goes.
Okay.
So to give you, I'll go ahead and paint that story very crystal clear.
Then he goes
I
into
was
the
holding my
other
daughter
thing.
in my left
And so that's why they
arm.
brought it back up,
Okay,
because
she was
it
a baby.
was
She was up against my chest.
interrupted.
The last time, guys, I'm going to revisit this question.
Okay, for the record.
No, he said he passed it, according to Amy.
Well, hold on. Somebody asked the question: was a polygraph taken and has it been passed? Yes. I didn't specify who
Oh, I didn't specify
or
who
when.
or when.
But what I can tell you,
Right? Just that it was taken and passed. Not that it was him. Just that a lie detector test was taken and passed. And so,
everything has been vetted completely.
guys,
Polygraph has
just
come back as
ignore him.
passed. So I'm confused.
Polygraphs. Now I say in plural. Is he talking about him and Katie? Is he talking about Katie and freaking Seth? Apparently not talking about him.
Is in why they're all wondering if myself, my wife, and the biological father took one. When law enforcement agency has come out and told everybody, even in the TBI news link, if you guys hadn't read that, please go out and read that. That's got a lot of great information in it, especially it's probably the most up-to-date information. But they will even tell you at this point in time, they have no reason to speculate foul play, anything on the parents. Everybody's been extremely cooperative of anything and everything they've asked us.
They didn't say that. TBI has not said that they have no reason to suspect foul play on the parents and that the parents are whatever. They haven't said that. What they said was that they have no indication of foul play, no evidence of foul play at this point, and that they also don't have evidence that there was no foul play, right? It's both things. They have no evidence of either thing at this point. So, you wish all three parents would stop talking to social media and realize they think it will help to find this young man, but it certainly doesn't help anything. No, it just makes a mess. And that's been my whole point of, I don't know. Yeah, Seth stated that he was not asked to take one. Who, Chris wasn't, or that Seth wasn't? Seth wasn't because he wasn't there.
Okay. And Bobby, why did that happen? Because it's public. It's a public post. And these are questions that people are asking.
Nashville, if you have an opinion, feel free to speak it, but God, stop saying the same sentence over and over again. Get off of it.
and that is why it's up there. So before we go any further, we'll go back, and this is another. I have had many questions about this, about supposedly Sebastian's grandmother spoke out last night, and he said Trev apparently quoted her from some comments on a YouTube chat. Is there anything that you want to say about this particular comment? Because I have been messaged multiple times about this. If you want to address it, you don't, and if you don't want to, you don't have to. I just wanted to ask you.
I will address it. I have, like I said, if somebody's refusing to address something that shows suspicion, I have no problems to address this. The grandmother.
So out of his own mouth, he says if somebody is refusing to address something, that's suspicious. But he won't address the lock. He won't address the lock. He won't address the shoes. He won't address anything pertinent to the case, such as those tiny details. But so then he says out of his own mouth that the lack of addressing things is suspicious. So is it supposed to be suspicious then that they can't tell us how many shoes he owns, or the fact that he doesn't have a key because it's a coded lock? I don't know.
Which is Seth. Robin is the name. She is Seth's biological father's mom. She made her statement on whatever YouTube channel. That's fine.
Thank you, Trev.
What I can say on that is real simple. Like
For those of you guys who can't read this, it says Sebastian's grandmother, Seth's mother, spoke out last night. I will quote her below. The comments did come on a YouTube chat, but I did verify with another family member that it was her. Robin Rogers stated, I absolutely believe there is foul play. And let me just say that Chris couldn't charm me because he became verbally abusive towards me in a split second. She also said that he was afraid of his stepdad. As of today, no one's been named a suspect, and all... Oh, I can't see what it
I
says
said
after
earlier
that.
in this
Cooperation
podcast,
from all
kids are going to say
parents.
things. They're going to get upset because you're a parent and they don't like your answers. Sebastian has said, like I said before, the same thing about his biological father. But when you sit your kids down and you explain to them that being a parent, you have to do things that they don't like, unfortunately, it is what it is. We're not, as parents, everybody knows we're not to be our child's best friends. We're there to be parents. As a parent, your job in life is to make sure your offspring grow up to be better than we ever have been, or get things better than we ever could get. And that's your legacy. That's our job. And kids don't like it. They're not going to understand because they're still young. Their minds are being molded. But eventually they're going to grow up. And when they have their own kids, they're going to look back and go, man, our parents were right. Because everybody that's an adult that has kids right now, not one person can say, no, he's wrong. Because you've all done it. We still do it. And that's just part of it.
Right. And thank you, Trev, for being here. I thought this was a very important, when I saw this, it really kind of shocked me. And I felt like, while you're willing, to answer questions, I thought it was an important question to ask. Trev said, she said Chris verbally abused her, and that's very different than parenting. I just wanted to ask because people have a lot of questions. And so that was, I just wanted to ask you. And it was, no shade to Trev time. He just was posting that that's what happened in the chat, and he did verify that it was her. So, I just wanted to bring it straight to you. The best way to clarify it is to ask.
To clear up her statement about me being verbally abusive to her.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, she's not going to tell you the full story, but there's always, remember, three sides to the truth: hers, mine, and the truth in itself. So you can figure it out. Me and the grandmother had a conversation, and this all stems back to an incident that a family member did, that as the parents, we had consulted with law enforcement about something. They recommended not doing it. Lo and behold, something happened and something was done against what we decided. I reached out to the mom and asked for her help. During that conversation, some accusations got flung in my direction and toward my wife, which the mother or the grandmother actually doesn't have the whole story. She has never once sat down with me, my wife, her son, and gotten the full truth on everything. She's only heard one side of the story. And I can promise you, I got text messages and I'm not afraid to show them. I'm not afraid to screenshot them and let the public see it. Now, I will say, unfortunately, none of this has to do with the investigation of our son. But yes, we had a heated discussion. Yes, I sent her an apology for the heated discussion. And I've never received anything back from the grandmother, which I have always left that door open. In fact, the day when they got into town, I invited them to my house, welcomed them in. They stayed for a couple hours, and they left. I helped them, guide them to the direction where they were putting their RV, and have always made it abundantly clear that regardless, people are going to have their disputes. Door's always open.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. Clemenati, yes, asked this several times.
The door may have always been open, but Grandma has revealed that the door has been shut. They are not only did they tell her to never contact them again, but that they had forwarded all of the messages to law enforcement. And like I said, they have threatened to sue now multiple people in the family, um, from from the aunt who started the GoFundMe to dad for searching to, grandma to everybody. They're just gonna sue everybody. They're just gonna get one big lawyer and do, like, a civil suit, sounds like, allegedly. From your attitude, you thought, yeah. Oh, man. KP went and talked to a man, so they extended. Yeah, they ended up on Smiley's, right, we did watch Smiley's.
Times in chat, so I want to go ahead and address that. Where can locals be looking for Sebastian? Clemenati is local to your area, and she would like to know where you would like for people to be looking for Sebastian so they can be looking there. Is there any areas that you and Katie want to have people that are out there searching, where you want them to be hanging flyers? What can you tell us about that?
Everywhere. I mean, everywhere. I mean, for me to give you a designated area would suspect that we think he's in an area. Well, we don't know. So anywhere and everywhere, people be very vigilant. Please be vigilant. You'd be surprised at how complacent we as society get when we're not focused on things. We're so driven on our day-to-day functions that we forget about things that are going on around us. We're all guilty, myself included. You know, anywhere and everywhere you can look. If there's not a flyer and you can print one off and post it up where you don't see a flyer, please do. I'm speaking for all three parents and all the families. We would greatly appreciate that. We send prayers, our thoughts, and our love out to everyone. I promise you. If there was a way we could make it felt and we could show it, we would.
We appreciate that, and we're happy. We're happy to help in any way that we can to find Sebastian. Ginger Snaps has a question. Can any of Sebastian's school friends drive?
So I think there's a misconception about what he calls friends. He's not in normal classes. He's in like what they call it Why We Try program. So any kids with IEPs and et cetera, things of that nature are put into this class where they have 3 or 4 teachers or assistants in the room with a teacher at one given time. And while that goes on, there's not many kids in the class. So if Sebastian says they're a friend and they talk to him, he considers them a friend.
Okay.
But he doesn't have friends like most kids that would go and, hey, I'm going over to Johnny and Susie's house to hang out because of his social awkwardness. It's very difficult for him to make friends. And he's actually asked for Christmas. We asked, what do you want for Christmas? I just want friends.
Right.
We're at that level, but no, unfortunately, he does not associate with kids that can drive.
Okay.
So I wish
You
I
know what's
wish he had a lot
sad
of friends,
is
but I
that,
think after this,
like,
and when he comes,
begging for friends and stuff like that, but then they have them in no extracurricular activities, no clubs, no outreach programs, no anything, and they don't have him on the internet, like, they have him completely locked down, like, secluded away from everyone else. It's so weird to, like, know that he's desiring that human interaction so hard, and that's, like, what his one thing is that he wants, but then they don't have him doing stuff. Like, if he doesn't like sports, what about, like, robotics camp or something along those lines? Like, there's nothing. Why? Why, like, just keep him alone if you know that he's that hungry for it? Like, what about a church camp or like, there's activities that you think that you can do, even if with autism, like, I'm sure they have, like, an autism society locally that they could have had some type of meetups or get-togethers. Yeah, he was so lonely and isolated. There could have been something. There could have been something that they could have done to, like, help him make friends. I don't know. It's just sad. It's just sad knowing that he hungered for something like that so badly. And that's where I was thinking, like, if he did somehow find internet access, could he have made a what he thought was a true friend and then get lured out by that person because he really genuinely thought that they loved him and cared about him and were going to be his true friend. Is that what happened? Because he was so lonely? Because he was so secluded? I don't know. People He would have been an easy target for an online predator. I agree. I agree. It would have been so easy to just be his bestie and have him leave that house that day. I mean, not even online, right? What if there's like a creepy guy? They have predators in their area, which I'm sure were investigated first as soon as he went missing. But it could have been a local even. It could have been a local even. That like became friends with him and made him feel love, the love that he did not get in his home based off of what we're hearing. Yeah, supposedly he had no internet to access, but I just don't believe that. I don't know. I just hope and pray that like he is alive and has the ability to come home. You're like being argumentative just to be argumentative. Women can be just as much predators. I agree. I agree with that. Absolutely. You don't have to be like so argumentative though. He would be an easy target for anyone with nefarious intentions. You wonder if the school bus has video cameras. Was another student pretending to be a friend? Right. So I was actually going to bring this up. There was a 7-year-old and a 12-year-old that recently went and murdered a woman in her garage. 7 and 12 murdered a random elderly lady in her garage. I we've seen multiple different kids. I mean, look at Lily Peters. Look at I'm trying to think of a few names. There are cases where children can be just as cruel and lure him away. What if a child with nefarious intentions pretended to be his friend and got him to leave the house that night? What if like school bullies decided that they were going to do something to Sebastian that evening and lure him out of his home? Can law enforcement see on his devices who all he had contact with? Yes, I'm sure of it. I don't know. There's still a lot of possibilities in all of this. No, Lily Peters was in Indiana. I'm trying to think of his name. He just went through court just recently. The boy who lured the girl out of her house and stabbed her like a bajillion times in the woods. What was his name? Oh my gosh, I don't know why her name can't come to my brain right now. Or his. Literally, court just happened. Stuff like that happens. Yeah, it's sad there's so many. Even I think about predators who haven't been caught and have no record. Right. Doesn't necessarily have to be somebody on the record there. You wonder if stepdad and dad got along. It sounded like prior to this that there was, like, a lot of stuff that they were just all ignoring together, right? Trying to co-parent successfully somehow with the personalities that are involved in this situation. I there's nothing that Chris can do at this point to make him not be like, or to make him likable, in my opinion, at this point. Um, and so I can't even imagine trying to co-parent with an abrasive type of personality. Like like I said, he gives me like Letitia Stalk vibes, and I couldn't imagine co-parenting with Letitia Stalk. Um, I just couldn't. There's nothing I can do to change that. Tristan. Yes. Tristan Bailey. And what was his name? She was Tristan. Aiden. Yeah. Aiden Fauci. Thank you so much, BC. Aiden Fauci. Lord Tristan Bailey out and then murdered her. Yeah, police wouldn't stop me from searching. Not at all. All right, let me hit play again. I just wanted to discuss that for a second. No, I know. It took me a minute. I was sitting here racking my brain. He literally just had his court and everything not too long ago. Yeah, Fauci was the kid's last name. Right. Yeah, it was very look, exactly. It's not the tone. You called us all stupid and small. It's very clear that West Nashville had not been here and just came in based off of what? The thumbnail and the stuff in the title, and assumed and made assumptions about the topic of the conversations going on in this channel, but it's not the topic of the conversation that's on every channel. Sorry, it's not. So, you can do whatever you need to do there, West Nashville. You just go ahead and type. You just keep my chat interaction going. I appreciate it. Ain't nobody gonna block you or remove you or whatever. You just sit there and you type. You do that. I'm gonna hit play.
Comes home, this boy's gonna have more friends than he knows what to do.
Okay, and Doodlebug Fart says, I wonder if Sebastian knows how to connect his Switch to.
Did she just say that the person in the chat's name is Doodlebug Fart? Is that what she just said? I gotta rewind that. I don't know if I would read your whole name if your whole name was Doodlebug Fart. I'm gonna be completely honest, you guys. I'm gonna be completely honest. If somebody in my chat's name was Doodlebug Fart, I don't know if I would read it out loud and then say a question to a parent.
Okay.
So I wish I wished he had a lot of friends, but I think after this, and when he comes home,
Hold
this
on.
boy's gonna have more
We
friends
gotta
than he knows
listen
what
to
to do.
this. I gotta listen to it.
Okay, and Doodlebug Fart says, I wonder
Sure
if
do.
Sebastian knows.
Doodlebug Fart. Who did that?
Just want friends.
Here we go.
Right.
Who did this?
That's, I mean, we're at that level, but
So funny.
no,
Doodlebug
unfortunately,
Fart.
he does not associate with kids that can drive.
Okay.
So I wished I wished he had a lot of friends, but I think after this, and when he comes home, this boy's gonna have more friends than he knows what to do.
Okay, and Doodlebug Fart says, I wonder if Sebastian.
I can't. Yeah, it is hilarious, especially like because she is so like laughing. I don't know. She's so professional sounding, and then she's just like Doodlebug Fart. It is. It's hilarious. I just caught that though. Oh man. Your autism does not make you be defined any different than any single person in this chat. You can say that we are attacking you now because you're autistic. I didn't even see that you were autistic. But just because you're autistic does not mean that I'm going to treat you differently. Every person in this chat is equal. And I'm sorry that you feel that because you are autistic that you should be treated in a specific manner. You should be equal to the rest of us.
Knows how to connect his switch to Wi-Fi. Like, had he ever done that before?
No, ma'am. He does not have the ability. We have the Wi-Fi locked down, so you have to request to join it, and then that request has to be approved by us. But his switch actually has parental controls on it set forth by his mom.
Okay. And Vet Girl
Does he have the
RWB.
same rules at his dad's? Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Does he have the same rules at his dad's house?
No, ma'am, I don't believe so. We respect like what he does at his dad's house is under his dad's roof. We do stay in communications as far as like his behavior. Hey, this is what's going on. This is the punishment he's received. It's up to you if you want to continue with that at your house, vice versa. It's like I said, there's three of us, and we are extremely respectful toward one another when it comes to Sebastian. You'd be surprised. It's not like it's a tug of war game. It's very, very cooperative among all three parents.
Okay.
Did
Vet Girl.
Sebastian want to live with his dad?
I am willing to bet that their relationship, all of their co-parenting and things like that, is likely going to change, sadly, because of all of this back and forth and all of the stuff that comes with it. I mean, he's been gone for a month, you guys. That puts a lot of stress on these families, and then they're just going back and forth at each other.
Say again, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Was Sebastian excited about living with his biological dad?
Well, that depends on what day you ask him, to be honest with you. There's days he was and days he wasn't. I mean, like I said, when a kid gets in trouble, oh, what? I don't like you. Well, I'm sorry. And then an hour later, he like nothing happened. So like I said, it's up or down.
Okay.
And I'm seeing this in chat, so I'm just going to go ahead and ask, is there a particular reason that you laugh before you answer a question? I've got my thoughts on it, but I think it would be better if you just took it.
That's fine. There are some questions that when people ask, I have heard these questions so many times. As much as people are on social media and they read the responses, I still get the same questions. So it's tiresome, but you know what? I told everybody I would answer the questions. So yeah, in a way, it's kind of funny that I keep getting the same questions over and over and over. But like I've told everybody, I respect them. I will answer them.
Okay.
But trust me, by any means, is this fun? No. I wouldn't wish this on my worst enemy at all.
Artie, do you have a question before I read Vet Girl's next question?
I think he's muted.
Okay. Go Bulldogs. Katie is there with Chris, but if she wants to speak, she will speak. But
Yes,
thank
she
you.
is.
Vet
I
Girl
do got a
RWB.
question about the
wait.
shoes.
I think we have a delay, Crystal,
Sorry.
because it's okay.
I think we do.
Let me ask this question real
How
quick.
many shoes did Sebastian have?
Say it one more time.
How many pairs of shoes did Sebastian have?
Well,
I'm not going to tell you how many shoes he has, but I will say that all of the shoes he has are accounted for.
did y'all catch Mom?
I
It
didn't
broke
quite
up a little
hear.
bit for me. Did you?
Okay, she said that she would not divulge how many pairs of shoes he has, but law enforcement has accounted for every pair of shoes.
I have accounted for all of his shoes.
Okay. Can Vet Girl says, can you ask what Sebastian's normal school night routine is? Like some kids like to have their shower or a favorite blanket, their favorite pajamas. Please and thanks.
Sure. Sebastian comes home, gets off the school bus, comes in the house, does his chores, completes his homework, eats dinner. That time kind of varies. I don't have a set time on that. Bedtime, we normally have it right around 8:30, 9 o'clock. Sebastian gets a shower most of the time before he goes to bed, around 7 o'clock ish.
Mm-hmm.
But then, like I said, he's in the bed by 9 o'clock.
And Sebastian didn't have anyone that lived in the area that he hung out with at all that lives near you.
No, ma'am.
Okay.
No, ma'am.
All right. Thank you, Alicia P, for that question. And then Alan Tank says, what's Sebastian like with people outside the family that he doesn't know? Is he shy with strangers? Is he outgoing?
So that question you asked earlier in the podcast, it depends. Each day it kind of varies. He can be shy. He can be talkative. With most kids, he don't hold back when it comes to kids. He is like, he's got a up close and in your face kind of thing that he's got to work on. So it kind of makes it difficult. With adults, it depends. There are some days he doesn't even want to talk to family members, and some days he may. It just kind of depends.
Okay. And hang on one second. I'm just getting to the next one. Arctic, did you or Crystal have a question that you wanted to ask?
No, I really want to make sure that the audience has a chance to get all their questions in.
Yeah, I'm going through each one of them right now. Some of them have already been asked, so I'm not asking those. Let's see. Alan Tank says, does Katie look in on him if she gets up to use the bathroom or anything in the night usually?
Not normally. I've never really had a whole reason to. I mean, now that he's older, at least. He gets up in the middle of the night and he comes in and gets snacks, and the dogs don't even bark at him because he shushes them and they know him. But no, I've never, since he's gotten older, I don't really have a reason to like peek in on him and wake him up.
And does he get up and down normally throughout the night on a regular basis? True Crime Cafe with Dago ask.
It honestly,
Yeah.
he gets up and down at different times, different nights. I mean, not always. I mean, he goes in the kitchen and he'll sneak snacks and sweets and things he knows he's not supposed to be having, like typical kids do. But for the most part, I mean, that may be about it. And then he goes right back to his bedroom.
Okay. Bobby James asks, can Chris comment on why you are threatening lawyers about the bio dad's GoFundMe?
So the conversation of that is not threatening the bio father with attorneys. That conversation that flew out between me, the father was in the house, his sister was on the phone. We asked them to take that down. That goes back to one of the questions as far as one of the things we all agreed not to do, because
I agree with this comment completely. This is mild compared to his interview with Smiley, in my opinion. And it's not about finding the most salacious interview, right? That's not about that. I just want to listen to all of their words, all of their interviews, and then I'm going to hopefully get everything mapped out and really compare the details so that we can find somewhere in there where the truth lies. What is the actual truth behind the statements? What statements have they made that have not changed from interview to interview? Which ones have stayed the same the entire way through? In order to do that, though, I want to watch all the interviews with you guys first before we start that discussion. And so this is where we are. We did play them a little bit out of order because we wanted to get the Smiley's interview first. Well, not first, but we wanted to watch that on the second day that we were going through all of this. And at that time, Smiley's interview had just came out and you guys were just all about it, wanted to go see it. And so we are kind of going a little bit backwards here, but hearing them all is what's important in my opinion. Because if TBI is not telling us anything, we have to go with what the parents are saying. We have no choice. Now, it does not mean that we're not going to find things wrong with what the parents are saying. That's not my point. The only person that I hope the only person that is the victim, I guess I should say, is Sebastian. I'm not some big meanie for watching the statements and watching things like Chris saying that he hit him with a belt, which is illegal, and thinking that that's wrong. You know what I mean? So that's it. 3 interviews total. No, we are on part 3 right now of all of the things. We are on part 3. We watched interviews for hours and hours the other day. I think there's, gosh, I don't even know. We've watched 11 so far, maybe. Does that sound right? 11? I don't know. What happened? What do we need to undo? Do we have a wrench slip? Oh, no. It was Annie Lou. No, I think that was a wrench slip, West Nashville. They're not gonna mute you or time you out. As long as you don't start, swearing or whatever. I don't care what you do. You do your thing. I don't care if you and Ringo but go back and forth all day. You guys have fun. Have at it. You guys wanna interact and engage with each other, I ain't gonna stop you. Far be it from me. Oh, yeah, no swearing. That's right. Don't swear. That's not okay. Anybody who swears gets timed out or their comments deleted. But that's because, terms of service and stuff. Swearing is bad. You cannot swear. I just said that. Right? Don't swear. Anyways, all right. Here we go. Let me hit the button again. Control yourselves.
Even with law enforcement, it says it could portray a bad look.
You
So we
get
all
over
agreed
it,
not
you
to
should
do it. She did it anyways.
Get over it, Nashville. You should see what he says to me. You can block him. So he's mad because basically my perception of why he's mad about the GoFundMe is because it wasn't done in his control. That's my opinion of it. He doesn't like that somebody else is controlling the ropes.
Conversation of that is not threatening my father with attorneys. That conversation that
He
flew
has
out
been
between
so.
me, the father was in the house, his sister was on the phone. We asked them to take that down. That goes back to one of the questions as far as one of the things we all agreed not to do, because even with law enforcement, it says it could portray a bad look. So we all agreed not to do it. She did it anyways. And then we asked her politely to take it down first time. She got nasty with us on the phone. And then I retaliated and I told her, I said, if this causes harm to our son, you can bet I will call an attorney.
It is. He threatened to sue her. That's it. Yeah, he has to have control. He's more worried about how things are perceived. He just told you he did it because he was worried about how it would make them look. Who cares? Stop being so worried about protecting yourself. Kathy, not really. Just, I don't know. The kids are playing in the chat. That's all. Yeah, we do have a swear jar. There you go. There's the swear jar. Maybe.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. Let's see. Was Sebastian playing with one of his devices online or on his Switch before he went to bed? Annabelle Roma asked.
None of his devices are connected to online.
Okay. All right. And Kiko asked, was he having trouble at school with anyone? Or was he being bullied that you're aware of?
Not that we know of. The administrators that work with him are honestly pretty great, and they try to pay attention and be aware not only for Sebastian but all of those kids. So they do their best to make sure that everyone's treating them respectfully and vice versa. Not to say that, kids are kids, but for the most part, they feel pretty confident that they do a pretty good job at taking care of the kids.
Okay. And Ginger Snaps wants to know, how long did it take him to take out the trash? Could he have met someone when he was taking out the trash?
Only a couple minutes.
Our driveway's not very long. I think our driveway might be 50 feet, maybe 75 feet long, and that's from front to back.
Okay, and guys, we're approaching midnight, so I'm not going to be able to take very many more questions because I still have a few that I need to get to. So I may not be able to get to all of your questions, but the ones that I've already been submitted from this point on, I'm going to try to get to. I see there's a lot of questions that we've already answered. So,
Chris, has
'cause of course,
George's devices been took?
Say again, ma'am. I'm so sorry.
The devices in the home, have they all been looked at by law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am, they have. And I believe if they go and look in that TBI news link that I was talking about, it may be listed as Amber Alert updates or something of that nature. There's a section in that news article that does talk about technology, and that should be able to answer those questions. But to answer yours, yes, everything has been thoroughly looked at in our house as well as the father's house. Excuse me.
okay. And where's Summer 1-800-TBI Find ask, did Sebastian have bad meltdowns with any anger? With the meltdowns that he had recently, being this age now?
I mean, I don't know what you call a bad meltdown. I mean, was he a violent kid? No. Did he cry? Did he have a temper tantrum? Yes.
Okay. And he did take his eyeglasses with him. They were not found, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
Okay. And True Crime Cafe with Dago said, with all due respect, was he anxious one way or the other to be moving in with his bio dad?
Like I said before, yes. I mean, he was ups and downs about it. There was days he was happy, days he's not. Um, one of the things I'll tell you right now that he doesn't like, his dad's a smoker. He doesn't like that his dad smokes. So, I mean, he's like, no, I don't want to because my dad smokes. But after you talk with him, that's not a valid reason not to be moving in with his father.
Someone asked, Happy Hemp Creations, how do you redirect any meltdowns that he has?
Depends on who he's with. Every parent handles him very much differently.
Sometimes you can just give him a pressure hug with light squeezing and talk to him calmly and calm him down. And other times you can tell him to go to his room because that's his space, and tell him to take 5.
And then there's times where me and him go outside and we'll have a discussion. Like, tell me what's on your mind, dude. I'll give you free reign. Talk to me. Let it out. I don't care what it is. Just say it. If that's what helps you, say it.
Because he doesn't want to say a curse in front of mama.
Yeah, he that's one thing he's been good about. Is like, look, don't ever do it in front of your mom. That's all I'm asking. But if you and I go out somewhere and you want to do it, I'll give you no consequences. I'll give you some time to do your thing. And he does it. He'll cry. He'll get all of his thoughts and his feelings out, and he'll cry, and then he'll give me a big old hug and say, I'm sorry and I love you. We hug it out. I'm like, it's all right, buddy. Trust me. Everybody's got to have an outlet.
But we tell him, like, if you need to yell and scream or be angry, just say, I need a minute to do that. And then, whatever you say during that time frame, you don't get in trouble for it. And if you got to curse, you got to curse, but only when you're doing the free time. That way it sets a limitation so that he's not just, free balling all the time with curse words.
When he's with his father that I know of, that we've all discussed, they'll go fishing. They like to do a lot of fishing. And that's where he has his moments with his dad, and they have their discussions. So, I mean, like I said, it varies with each parent.
Okay. David Bryant sent a super chat, and he has a question, and I'm not sure why this even applies, but I'm going to ask it. David Bryant says, CP said, let questions fly. So, Katie, did you have an active dating profile at the time Sebastian went missing? Any sort of dating profile? I'm not sure.
I don't actually have a problem answering that. I've never had a dating profile.
I hope that helps, David Bryant. And then True Crime Cafe with Dago says, how often does your daughter get to visit Chris respectfully? I've seen a lot of comments in this chat tonight saying that you did not want your daughter and Sebastian to be around each other. And I'm just not sure where that's coming from. Can you talk to me about that?
Sure. I got no
Okay.
problem. So I have a
Okay.
parenting plan with my ex-wife. I get her every other year on spring breaks. I get her in the summers. And I get her, like, we split the Christmas time frame.
Okay.
My parenting plan is very much like the mom's with her ex-husbands. The only difference between the two is he lives here. So, and we have a great relationship with each other. So it's easy to be like, hey, can I have you this weekend? Sure, man, whatever.
Yes, Seth does have a Cash App. Actually, I don't know what the Cash App link is. I know they were dropping it in some of the chats. If you would prefer to donate towards the Cash App, I encourage you to do that instead of towards the GoFundMe. It's all about him being off work. It's not because he needs money to have equipment or whatever he's going to use it for, though. I don't even care. It's so that he can take off work until Sebastian is found. We see parents do this a lot whenever they have missing kids. Nobody expects these people to try to maintain their lives and go back to work whenever they have a missing child right away. And that's part of why GoFundMe's and stuff like that happen. And but we heard Chris say, like, he was worried about how it would make them look. I think it looks worse if you're able to just go about your life on a day-to-day. Of course, you can't lose your job. You don't want to be off work for a long enough time period until you lose your job or something along those lines, but I understand what Seth is doing. And if somebody knows the Cash App and wants to put it, well, send it to me. Yeah, Grammy H, if you have it, please go ahead and post it. I can go real quick to the other stream and verify it because I know JLR was putting it in his description. By all means, support this dad while he is out there trying to take off work and trying to look for his son. That I feel like is the natural response. And if you can't physically go out and search, I also can understand being in a situation where you have to take off work because you're emotionally distraught because you can't go out there and search or whatever. You know what I mean? I get it. Especially since we don't know the outcome. We don't know if this is foul play or not. We don't know if he was sent, like if he went running off with somebody or something along those lines. What is it? Cash App bad, but not searching is good. Right. You didn't see the Cash App because then you didn't send a Cash App because the name was different than his name. Interesting. I know that JLR was posting one. Let me see if I can verify before anybody starts sending any donations, right? Let's do that. Let's make sure that we get the right one and that it's verified before anybody sends anything to a Cash App. Let me see if I can find it. Trev Time might have it actually, because I thought it was in JLR's description the other day, but I don't see it there now. So let me see if Trev Time has it on his. I don't know. Let me hit play again while we're waiting for me to look and verify.
It's not like it's turmoil between everybody.
Okay, because I was noticing
Last
that
name
there
was
were
not
comments
Sisters
saying
either.
that
It's
the
something
reason
Fleming.
Sebastian was going
Interesting.
to live with Seth is because your
Yeah,
daughter
yeah.
is coming to move in with you and that you don't want your daughter around Sebastian. And I just wanted to get clarification on that.
Whoever feels or believes, if you've got proof of
This
that, please
interview is from
show it to me.
Duchess.
I'll be happy to address it, but I'll tell you.
This interview is from Duchess. This is an older interview. We did watch them out of order because we were trying to get to other interviews the other day while this is going on. But again, I think it's important to watch all of the interviews that they've done, look at all of the statements, and try to figure out where the truth lies between everything, because everything has been so crazy. Yeah, you're not saying that they did anything, but they are being deceptive. I can understand that thought process. I really can. Okay, let me see.
Tell you right now, I don't have custody of my daughter like that. I wished I did. Um, Sebastian knowing his father's has nothing to do with my daughter at all.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that.
You're welcome.
Um,
I will say, like, everybody out there, thank you for the questions. I'm glad that we can help clear some of this out. I've told everybody online, like, look, I'm respectful, I'm direct, and I'm brash, but ask a question, I'll get to them and I'll answer them the best of my ability. There are thousands and millions of people, but there's only 3 of us, and we are doing our best to being able to address people as we can.
okay. And the reason I was asking, because Alicia P had made the comment, the problem is you're seeking custody of your daughter. And if you don't want Sebastian around your daughter, just how was that going to work, Chris? Because now Sebastian is missing. That's why people want to know. So
Hey,
that was why I asked.
no, I understand, and I can see where people's correlations are trying to put 1 and 2 together. Unfortunately,
Right.
it's 2 different puzzles.
Okay.
It- my case with my ex-wife, that is a whole totally different situation. Um, at some point, eventually, I can let that out. Right now, that's still in an ongoing court battle. Um, and to be honest with y'all, because of all of this with Sebastian, it has actually caused some issues in that court case, which unfortunately it is what it is. Um, and hopefully I'll have some good news and I'll let you guys know. Hopefully something here soon.
Okay.
Chris, can it be verified that you were in Memphis?
Yes, very much. Very much.
What is law enforcement allowing you all to do to look for Sebastian?
We're doing everything we can.
Anything we can, as long as it does not hinder the investigation. So if people want more specifics, we've got flyers that are going out anywhere and everywhere we can put them out. We actually were able to get some like yard signs, kind of like the signs that go in the yard for kind of like real estate agents. We got some of
Yeah.
those missing. We got those put out, spread all out the state. Some in different states itself: Alabama, Mississippi, a few in Kentucky, all the way up to Louisville. I believe we even got some down in Georgia.
Flyers that we put out.
Flyers. We got flyers that travel throughout various states, billboards throughout the entire state of Tennessee. I can tell you that I've seen 7 from Nashville to Memphis that I could confirm.
But we're also out and about.
But we do have, we are like feet on the ground looking. We're constantly trying to think of different ways. We're reaching out in various positions, and people might be able to bring something to the table that we don't know about. There are some companies out there that are amazing.
And foundations that work with missing children. We've been reaching out to them as well.
Yeah, I know that you've been working with the Aware Foundation. I do a lot of work with them. So
Well, them and EquiSearch, the National Center, the Class Foundation, just to name a couple.
yeah, the Class Foundation is a great foundation. I did want to let you know that if you reach out to Lamar Media, they're a billboard company, and sometimes they will provide free billboards for children that are missing too, if you reach out to them.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll definitely get that looked into.
And I did
Right.
send you that link, Katie, but I will send it again to you after the live stream to make sure that you have it. When,
Individually, what do you all think should happen is to the person if somebody abducted Sebastian?
That is not for us to determine. That is, if somebody has Sebastian, all I'm going to say is that is nothing that we want to be a part of until that is legal. That is law enforcement agency. That has nothing to do with us. We just,
They go to jail, so I don't.
mom's just saying she better hope they go to jail.
Well,
I would
I will
agree
tell you
with
what.
I thought it was interesting that they asked that question because remember on, I think it was Dr. Phil. It's either Dr. Phil or the behavior panel. Whenever Dawn and Candace Wells were on, and they asked that question, and people jumped all over Dawn Wells' answer because it wasn't the answer that they thought it should be. Do you remember that? I need to go find that information. or that video, because I thought I don't know what the reasoning was behind asking that specific question, but I do know that I thought that was interesting that they asked that, because I remember it. His laughter right there, though. Red flag. What are you guys seeing? What, Cray, tell me what the red flag is right there. Because I think it was more so a chuckle, like, I'm going to like hurt this person, and I don't want to say that out loud. He goes on to say like something about mama bear. Yeah, that's a question that's always asked, right? Yes, this is the mom and stepdad. This is from Duchess Discussion. I think I pinned her link a long time. Yeah, I pinned her link up at the top there. If you guys are interested in, you know. Yeah, it's a setup question, was my thought at the second the second I heard it. Right, to see what the response is. Well, because so I think it was the behavior panel or somebody who really focused on that question and the response to it, or the non-response by the Wells. You cannot comprehend why they would skip town when their kid is missing. If you're not involved, won't you want to stay home in hopes that he returns? So, Kara, I think they started out that way. And then I think now that YouTubers are slowly moving in, I mean, where JLR has been there, and I have appreciated JLR's coverage and his filming of the different locations, I guess I should say. Not necessarily agreeing with every statement that he has made, but I'm sure he doesn't necessarily agree with every statement that I have made, right? So that's not my place to tell him what his opinions should or shouldn't be, or how they should or shouldn't be done, especially whenever his opinions match up with the opinions of the grandma and the father side of the family. However, there is also the other side of things, where now we're seeing Bullhorn Betty, we're seeing Dolly Vision, we're seeing all these other YouTubers talk about they are now going to be traveling to this location as well. And I take you guys back to the Quentin Simon case, for example, how crazy and ludicrous the actions were for some of the individuals in that case. And so I honestly don't fault them for, at this point, deciding that it is probably safer or better for the neighborhood for them to go somewhere else. And probably, hopefully, to an undisclosed location where law enforcement knows where they are, but not necessarily YouTubers. Simply because we know very quickly that this is going to turn into loud music and babies crying and bullhorns, and it's just going to turn into a circus, unfortunately. Harassment would be the last thing on your mind. No, I agree with that to a point. I do. But I mean, I guess, though, do they really know what type of stuff happens in these cases? I don't know. Yeah, the one was arrested outside of Quentin's house. I hope that it doesn't turn into that. Unfortunately, whenever we see these characters show up to different events, and it seems like there's almost a competition to, like, be the most ridiculous. I don't know. What does being in trouble mean? I don't know, cherished one. That's a good question. I wish that we knew, because they do say something about him being in trouble in, like, every interview. You're sorry, but the parents said they were the ones at home waiting for Sebastian to walk in the doors, right? And that's why they couldn't go search, because they were home waiting. I get it. I understand where you guys are coming from. I do. I'm just saying that, like, I don't know. That'd be hard for me. Yeah, you're sure that they've been warned at this point. I'm sure even TBI has probably talked about it. Yep, circus time. They all look guilty. Your first introduction to this case was Chronicles of Olivia, then the behavioral panel. Lots of inconsistencies between the interviews, right? And so even behind the JLR isn't the problem in this situation. It's the others that are heading there now. I agree with that. So my thing is the the behavioral panel says one thing, right? Peter Hyatt says another. Pat Brown, is her name Pat Brown? It's like every behavioral analyst looks at this case completely different and says a different opinion about their body language, about the sentences that they're saying, about their interviews. And it's very interesting to see such a wide array of opinions on this case. If you answer that question and you are guilty, you will minimize your answer until God forgives all, or you want too harsh punishment because you are guilty. If you're not guilty, you will say, maybe, I don't know. You'd be seriously concerned about the harassment even though you don't have CPS history, right? Chris's parents driving around following people that are out there helping. What? They're out there driving around following people? I didn't know that. That's crazy. See, it's getting next level. And that's sad. No parents of a missing child, especially a missing child the police have yet to say if there is foul play believed to be involved or not, should be going through this. They really shouldn't. Whenever it comes right down to it, Sebastian is missing, and we don't know who caused his disappearance. We don't know why he is gone. We don't know if he left on his own accord. We don't know if something happened. We have no idea. But I don't know, it's just definitely not a good look either though if they're like harassing people that are searching, if that's true, or if they're, you know, threatening to sue everybody who's searching and stuff like that. Like, why? He has pictures of them following him, apparently has it on video. He reported it to TBI. What? To JLR. They were following Dolly and Magnolia Sims. Oh my goodness. I don't know. It's gonna get ugly. This is what I was saying. I think it was like Wednesday or Thursday. Like, this is gonna get ugly fast. Sadly. Buckle your seatbelts. They better find him quick. Yeah, if they skip town, it would make sense if they're being harassed or if they're preparing to be harassed. Right? Last thing they want for their neighborhood is, I mean, in my opinion, the last thing I would want for my neighborhood is to have, you know, YouTubers out there filming your house with bullhorns while they scream at it. Where is Sebastian? Where is Sebastian? You know, that affects the entire neighborhood. So they followed one person that's practically not only looking for the child, but stalked them. I don't know. Yeah, I can't wait for the Nancy Grace interview either. We still have time on this one left, though. Let me keep going. And then this will probably be it today. This will be the last one because I do have sporting activities with the kiddos this evening. So let's try to get through the rest of this and then we will go from there.
I think should happen. I think that their ass needs to be passed around the jail like a goddamn honey bun.
Well, I mean, trust me, I have my own personal opinions, but
All I have to say is they better pray they go to jail before I get my hands on them if I find out someone's hurting my baby.
all I'm going to say is we have a legal system, and let them go through that aspect of it. And in the end, karma has a name. It will come around and show its face, and eventually they will have to answer for what they've done.
Truecom Cafe with Dago said, are there any abandoned or empty homes in your area close to you?
There's a construction, another subdivision that's building right next door to our subdivision. All of those houses and everything over there have been thoroughly searched. I can tell you how many times over our entire subdivision has been scoured. Our neighbors, everybody around us has opened their homes willingly and worked with law enforcement. So, I mean, barns, everything got checked.
I did have one. I did have one question. I saw where a dog had tracked Sebastian sent to a construction site. Have they dug that site up to see if there was any sign of Sebastian there?
The law enforcement and every search agency and everybody that's been involved has scoured that place up and down, in and out. There was a pond that was mentioned, a retention pond. It was only knee deep. They did drain it, and they have found nothing.
That reminds me of another question. Sorry.
No, you're fine.
No, I know you've already answered that they took your devices. The computer and stuff that Sebastian used at his biological dad's, did they take that as well?
Yes, ma'am. Everything has been completely between both households. Everything has been extremely thoroughly scanned, reviewed, everything.
Okay, well, that's good to know. They took the
I know that they're saying that all of the technology and things like that have been taken and reviewed and stuff like that. I just don't think that they're going to have the information back for that as quick as people perceive that that information comes back. Depending on which app or which games Sebastian was actually playing, there are apps that make things extremely, extremely difficult. And so that is something to keep in mind because things like Omegle or Snapchat or whatever, they have to file warrants to get that information to get that data released. To get that data released. And so that can take time if he was communicating with somebody via the internet before police will be able to track down that information, get that data from the apps and different things like that, and then be able to follow that to whoever or wherever he went. If he left with somebody online. I keep saying if because we don't know. Yeah, notice Chris didn't answer the question about the scent. Hmm. Interesting. I know. Hopefully I will be able to come live later on this evening. We're not sure what time Nancy's doing that with what they've done. Yeah, past tense. Yeah, it's literally a right. To actually join the press association where I live, it's only like $110 to become a legal member of the press in my state. So, it's just something you pay for here. You don't have to go to school for it. Just a just a thing. We'll do the Sleuth Mom Press Pass fundraiser. Just kidding. All right, here we go.
devices from his bio dad's house too.
And if they
Um,
I'm
if
gonna
they want
buy
to
a
come back
press
and get
pack
more
too.
devices, we like I said, we've opened this house up to everything. If they want it, they come and get it. There's no hesitations, and off they go.
okay, and um, you and Katie have been out to do some searches yourself and hang up flyers. Is that true? Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes, we have. We've gone out numerous places and hung up flyers. We've gotten with motorcycle chapters and groups and gotten them on board to help us. We've gone from various cities to cities. I personally have gone from Nashville to Memphis and into Mississippi and back.
And did they also take the devices from the school as well that Sebastian may have used when you said they took all the devices from your house and from the bio dads? Did they also take the school devices as well to look at?
Sebastian didn't have devices that he had at school,
Mhm.
but anything and everything, if he had something, has already been scanned and thoroughly searched. And like I said, if you refer back to that TBI news link in the technology proportion, I believe all of that will answer all those questions.
Okay. All right. And Karen S. said, your dogs barked during your first TV interview. Wouldn't they have barked when Sebastian walked out the door?
No, because they know Sebastian. When they barked in the first interview,
Because a stranger was in the
a stranger was in the house.
They've been sitting right here the entire time.
Yeah.
Okay. And you said there was, they had asked you if there was any flashlights that were missing, and that prompted you to go look. Tell me about that. There was some
So
questions about the flashlight, so I just wanted you guys to reiterate that.
right. So Sebastian had it's about a little 3 inch. If you think about the little keychain flashlights, that you used to find at vendor tables and give out for free, cheapies. It was something that he picked up at one of the local festivals, and so right now we still to this date cannot find it. So we are assuming that he took it with him because it cannot be found.
Okay. And how often does law enforcement update you guys?
very regularly.
Okay. And Chris Black says, what about the initial press release where it was said that Sebastian liked to stay up late?
I don't remember hearing that,
I
but
don't either, but I just
um,
wanted to put that out there because I thought maybe I missed something.
well, I mean, if he, like I said, we said earlier, he's a typical teenager, so he will get up in the middle of the night. He, it's hard to say. I personally don't remember that being said in the interview, and I'm sorry, and I'm not doubting it, but I mean, he's a typical teenager. He'd get up, go get snacks, and go back to his room. So
He did regularly get up at night.
Mom's saying he regularly got up at night.
Where Summer wanted to know, what's Sebastian's favorite food, drink? Is it ice cream, chips?
He is a
Anything with sugar in it.
Anything with sugar.
favorite drink is probably a Yoo-Hoo.
No, he take chocolate milk over Yoo-Hoo.
Oh well, okay. Well, chocolate milk.
As
Yeah.
long as it's not the fat-free chocolate milk that the school switched to, because he's really upset that the school switched the chocolate milk to fat-free, and now he don't like it.
Who did Sebastian love the most out of everyone?
Okay. I don't know how I would answer that. But
Me one day
I mean,
yes,
he
one
may
day
not have had.
dad. 5 minutes later, I mean, it just depends on when you ask him.
I mean, if I let him do if I take him and go do something cool, oh, I'm the hero, But when I'm getting on to him, Mom's the hero. When Dad takes him fishing, Dad's the hero. So I mean, it's he's got 3 parents that love him equally.
He's loved and loves all his parents. I mean, but I mean, we all have our moments when we're not his favorite too. I mean, he's a kid.
And True Crime Cafe with Dago says, has anyone else in the family ever threatened to have Sebastian removed or anything like that?
No.
Okay. And does loud noises or certain smells bother him? Just curious, if law enforcement approached him with sirens, will he run or melt down?
He doesn't like loud noises, but they've known about that from the beginning. So, like, if it's a song he likes, he can turn the volume up, but like fireworks, he can't stand that kind of noise. So, he does have a sensitivity to sudden and loud noises, mostly.
Okay. And it said that he likes to hide in small places. Small places, can you give me an example of like what, where, like how small? Can you elaborate on that for us?
So he has a closet in his bedroom. And I mean, it's not a small closet. It's a good sized closet. He will get over and tuck into a corner in his closet
And play with his toys.
when he's playing with his toys or he's doing something he knows he's not supposed to.
There's always a pile of Legos in the corner.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like this boy was going into a 2x2x2 space and hiding. I mean, he'd like to be in a secluded area.
Okay. Let's see. Beautiful Sunflower says, he said earlier he had his reason and they all agreed it was best that Sebastian not be around his daughter. And now he says that wasn't the issue. I'm confused by this statement. I guess I must have missed a part of that.
Well, to clarify what he said that he didn't have custody of his daughter, so that wasn't going to be an issue in regards to Sebastian going to live with his dad. That's not the reason why Sebastian was going to live with his dad, was so that his daughter could come and live with them.
Right. I guess I'm confused by some of these questions because I feel like it's, been answered. Let me see here. Some of these questions we have already discussed.
I can say this much. There are some screen names that I'm going to say sound familiar. I'm not going to swear on it. They sound very familiar, of people I've addressed on Facebook.
Okay.
The Sunflower one, I'm not swearing 1,000% on this, but I believe I've chatted with her. And
Okay.
she asked me why I will not go and talk to JLR. First off, if this is the same lady that I've addressed, I am not going to people to go to a YouTube channel for somebody to make some money on, or I'm not seeking them out. If they want to talk to me, they know how to get in touch with me, just like everybody else.
Here she is, right here.
Our ultimate goal in the end is to bring our son home.
Thank you for clarifying that, Beautiful Sunflower. She said, I'm speaking of prior to his second time answering that question. He changed the answer, but it's okay. I appreciate you explaining that to me. I just didn't want to mess that up. However you were wording that question, I wanted to make sure I was being clear about what I was asking. And by the way, guys, at midnight, I cut the questions off because I don't want to keep them here all night. So, but the questions that were submitted before that, we're going to wrap those up. And if Chris is willing, we can always come back and do a part 2 if there's other questions that you feel like didn't
Dutchie,
get answered.
Dutchie,
Yes, ma'am.
you got dragged through the mud for this question, so I'm going to ask it.
Okay.
How long have you and Katie known each other?
So my question to whoever's asking that is, what does that have to do with the investigation of our son?
There you go. I did get people came for me because I didn't allow somebody to ask that question because I didn't think it was pertinent to Sebastian being missing. But
Well, I mean,
if-
it really has no pertinent to the investigation or the fact that our son is missing. But like I said, I'm respectful, I'm brash, and I'm direct to the point. To answer that person's question, I've been in Sebastian's life, half of his life. Sebastian's 15.
right. I just appreciate you being willing to talk with us and answer these questions. Now we talked about the video. I just have to ask, did you guys happen to see the interview on the behavioral panel where they took a look at your and Katie's interview on the news?
I have not. I believe the mom
Okay.
has made some views of it. I personally have not.
Watched
Okay.
it all. I haven't been online very much.
I understand.
I think since that has been out there, we really haven't done a lot of viewing of kind of that stuff. We've been out there busy doing flyers, posters, signs. I mean, wow. But yeah.
Okay. And you said that he couldn't have gone out a window, that all of that was checked, and it did not appear that he had gone out a window. And do you guys have a lock on your refrigerator? I just wanted to put that to rest.
On the fridge.
Oh, like on the refrigerator?
Yep. That's a
No.
question. Okay.
No. I mean, there's an alarm on the refrigerator when you leave the door open.
Yeah, I have one of those too that dings when you don't shut it all the way.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, that is, it looks like, there's a couple more questions. Some of the questions that are being asked are actually questions that we answered previously in the live stream. We did ask Chris a whole set of questions, and I just invite people to please be kind and rewind to listen to the questions that Chris and Katie were asked. And we just appreciate you guys taking the time to be here to talk about your son's disappearance and what you think may have happened, because this is a very scary situation. And we're 21 days into this. Now we're 22 days. I just can't imagine in my mind where this young man could be. And you said to me, I think we had talked on a phone conversation, and we had talked about that construction site. And I did hear Seth on a interview state that the scent that the dogs picked up actually led to the outside of that construction site, which backs up to your neighborhood. What can you tell us? Can you tell us anything about the scent dogs and where they might have tracked to, and or anything of that nature? Is there any information that you need us to know about that?
Yes, there were tracking dogs. They did pick up a scent. And I couldn't tell you how many number of dogs, because day 1, I knew of 5 dogs. By day 8, we had dogs from across the country coming in from North and South Carolina, Kentucky, all over the place. So I don't know how many dogs, but the scent was picked up. It does go into the construction site, and then it disappears. So they don't actually know what happens. They just disappears.
To me, I wish that there was like some type of surveillance at that construction site, because I really honestly am curious, like if somebody could have been like, "Hey, meet us here," or something along those lines. I don't know. All of the parents agree he wouldn't go barefoot. See, but they don't, Anna Morris. That's the thing. So they started out saying that, and that he hated getting dirty, had a fear of bugs, flying insects. Why would he go out in the darkness? But then mom says in a later interview that he would go outside all the time in his socks. not all the time, but that he would go outside often in his socks and that she would have to tell him to put on shoes. And so that's something that later she kind of contradicts that. And I don't know if it's because we're all so skeptical about the shoe thing that she now is saying, well, he would go out in his socks, because at first they've said about like how much he would not go out barefoot. And then we're all like, well, then how would he have left on his own without his shoes? That would have never happened. And now she's saying, well, he would go outside in his socks and I would have to tell him to put on shoes. It's almost like because we all pushed about the fact that the shoe thing was so weird, that now she has to have an answer for that okay, yeah, well, he would go out in his socks. But then they wouldn't just answer if there was slippers, because dad says that he wears slippers all the time around the house, at his house, and that he wears slippers. And so that I'm like, well, he didn't go out without his shoes, but could he have gone out in slippers? Do they have slippers? Well, we can't discuss any of the shoes. Can't discuss shoes, can't discuss how many pairs he has or which shoes he has, because that's part of the investigation. Like, what? I can't. Like, it's just, oh, I don't know. Yeah, but there is bugs and it's dark. Right. And now it's not a flashlight, it's a keychain flashlight. I don't know. There is definitely bugs outside and it's dark, but it's also cooler outside. I think it was only was it 40s that night? 30s or 40s that night he went missing. So really the bugs wouldn't be as much of an issue in this season, in my opinion. Yeah, shoes are part of the investigation. I'm sure they are, but it's just, I don't know. So the bugs I don't think would be as much of an issue though, because of the cooler weather. You're not going to see as many bugs out there. He doesn't like going barefoot because of the ants per his dad. So, isn't that still a flashlight? It is, but apparently it's not a working flashlight. I guess it wasn't a working, like, operating flashlight. It was a flashlight keychain. So I don't know. Because whenever the flashlight thing happened, we were all talking about the flashlights. I got to pull up, what I need to do is get all of Chris's screenshots of everything that he said in the Facebook group, and all of Robin's screenshots of everything that she said in the Facebook group. Because I know some of you guys are not on Facebook, so that we can collect all that information and show you guys that too. Because he has said a lot in these interviews, and I feel like sometimes I reference things that were said in screenshots or in messages on comments on Facebook, and not just what's in these interviews, and so that's my fault for doing that. Yeah, that flashlight is small and wouldn't do diddly squat. A flashlight puts off light, so it could just be like a key. I don't know. He probably has the keychain flashlight because it's not easy to see in the dark wearing glasses. I don't know. I have no answers. I don't know. I don't know. I'm definitely not gonna pretend to know because I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. I agree, Roberta. I need to do that.
If there was anything that you could say to Sebastian, or if there is someone out there who is with Sebastian, is there anything that you would want to say to them right now?
I wish we knew the exact keychain flashlight that he has, because I was just thinking to myself, those flashlight keychains that you get at Harbor Freight, do you know what I'm talking about? Like the little blue ones? Them suckers are bright. Like, they're really bright. Let me pull one up. My juniors play with these. They love these things because you get them free all the time. Well, you get them free all the time if you go to Harbor Freight a lot. Let me see if I can find a good picture of them. These suckers. Wait, let me make sure my address isn't on the screen. Okay, if anybody sees my address, make sure you come visit, okay? Or send me presents. Here we go. These suckers. You get these if they have keychain versions that are a little bit smaller at Harbor Freight. Them things will blind you. Junior will sit there and shine them, like, she plays with them all the time because we get a whole bunch of them, and them suckers will seriously blind you. Like, they're so bright. I don't know why they're so bright or like what type of light bulbs they are, but they are extremely bright. Get them all the time at Harbor Freight. That I think would be like the exception for the keychain flashlight situation. It was a cheap professional promotional flashlight, but I agree. I've had some dang good ones before. Yeah. Yeah, you have one that's pretty bright too. Yeah, they're bright. He was attached to that little light, like a comfort type thing. That's what they said. Yeah. You have one that's like the sun, it blinds me. Right. You haven't seen those? Oh man, yeah, cheap does not mean dim. You like so Harbor Freight, I don't know if you guys know what Harbor Freight is, but it's like a hardware store that is near our house, and freaking they they are constantly like trying to get you through their doors, and so they give you a free item every time you make a purchase or every time you come in. And so like they give away flashlights like those, they give away the big ones, the small ones. They'll give away tarps sometimes. Just weird random stuff, zip ties, little things, but every time we go, like my one daughter grabs a my one daughter grabs a flashlight, and they are they are blinding. They are extremely, extremely blinding. Yeah, 2 investigators were at the house yesterday, and then shortly after is when CP and KP hooked up with the 5-wheel and left, along with KP following in her car. And I do have that message from the neighbor that the alleged neighbor, I guess I should say, because we don't know if this is an actual truthful neighbor or not. Yeah, Harbor Freight is like the Walmart of tool stores, great prices. My husband used to, like, every time we would go, because we don't have like good stores near us, like Sam's Club and TJ Maxx and Target and all of those types of things. They're in a town about 45 minutes from us. And then Harbor Freight was always away too. And it was like going there was like Christmas whenever I'd be like, "Oh yeah, you can go." Well, now they built one in our town, and he's like always stopping there for something. Always for something. If the power ever goes out, if the power ever goes out at my house, I could probably light the entire house with just those little flashlights. We have so many. Probably zombie apocalypse. I will be the person with the light. Come here for light. This is the post. This is from an anonymous member who claims that they live in the neighborhood. Now remember what I said earlier, anybody can be anonymous member from the neighborhood. Doesn't necessarily mean that they live in the neighborhood, so take it with how you will. It says I live in the neighborhood and I wanted to confirm a couple of things that I've seen posted today. Number 1, I received a message on Thursday to watch their house as there could be law enforcement headed to the house. Where my house is located, I cannot see the front of their house, but I have a clear view of the entrance into our neighborhood and into Stafford CT. I also have friends over there that I reached out to. As we all began to watch, I began to notice a random SUV driving up Kelly Lane, turn around at the Devon CT cul-de-sac, and go back down Kelly Lane, turning into Stafford, then leave. This happened several times. I noticed at least 5 SUVs doing this over about a over about a 30-minute to an hour time span. It was very odd. I had a feeling something was up. I confirmed with a neighbor at least 2 of these vehicles were in fact undercover agents. I was told 2 stopped at the house and went in. They are definitely surveilling them and what it feels like the entire neighborhood. I can also confirm Chris hooked his camper up to his truck this afternoon and left. Katie followed him. I have no idea where they went. As of about 2 hours ago, neither have returned. I would also like to add, unless you live here, you have no idea what we have all been through. I don't mean that selfishly, but if you're on the track that the Proudfoots know what happened, you understand why I mean by this. We are a small neighborhood that has always been very quiet. We've never been through anything like this. This has shaken all of us to our core. We have felt safe up until now. We are all on edge. We don't know what happened in that house. The more I hear from good, reliable sources, the more I'm sick. If Sebastian was hurt in that house, that happened right here under our noses and no one realizes it. That's disgusting. The idea that the Proudfoots hurt that child in that house in our neighborhood causes all of us a great deal of pain and unsettling. In my opinion, I would be equally as unsure and unsettled about the fact that if the Proudfoots did not harm Sebastian, where did the Sebastian go? The if is so big right now still. The if is still so big because we don't know what happened. So, there's that.
You mean if someone has my son?
Keep it PG.
I would say that this boy is loved and that he has a caring and loving home and that he belongs with us, with his family, with his parents. And that I'm never going to stop looking for him and I'm never going to stop until we're able to bring him home.
For myself, Sebastian, we miss you. All three of your parents do. We all want you back home. As soon as you can, come home. If somebody has him, please return him. Don't hurt him. But we do want our son back. Please.
Where Summer said maybe someone's seen him playing outside. If he played outside, that's why I want to know if he played outside. Maybe someone's seen him.
Sebastian wasn't very much, like, he didn't go outside very much. Most of the time, all the neighbors will tell you that they saw him. He was taking the trash out. He may have cut the grass. Last summer, he cut the grass every so often, but we were always home. But he's not really the, I'm going to go outside just to go outside kind of kid.
He prefers to play inside.
Well, he prefers inside and playgrounds.
Yeah, he does love playgrounds.
Catherine, I don't see any comments being deleted. We're just not taking any more questions after midnight. I don't really see anyone that's been blocked or anything. But if you have a problem, you can always send me an email at duchessforthemissing@gmail.com and let me know.
I've got to address this. I have not heard this family one time say that he was put outside in the dark as a punishment.
Oh God, no, never.
You know where that comes from? The Peter Hyatt's analysis. And this is something that I actually wondered too, because of the way that Mom says in the one interview, like how she panicked after just 3 minutes. It sounded like the start of a question, like it started like the conversation started in the middle, like something was missing before it. The reasoning behind why she panicked so quickly, and then behind like just, I don't know, the instant panic. The instant panic, and then the fact that the conversation seemed to pick up, like she said, she called him and said, "He's not here." And like there was nothing before that, just he's not here. And so I had said during the one live stream, I was like, you know, could she have put him somewhere or outside or something along those lines? And then whenever she got up to go find him, he wasn't there. And then that's what happened. And then it was, like, crazy because Peter Hyatt did a video the same time and said about his analysis was saying that he thought that she locked him outside. And so that's where that's coming from, like, that statement. Because Peter Hyatt said that her words and how they're wording things, it made it sound like she could have put him outside for punishment.
Wait, somebody is saying that we would put our son outside in the dark as punishment?
Yeah, it was saying, so why put him outside in the dark as punishment? I've not heard that said. Sometimes when things are said like that, that's how speculation and rumors get started online. I've not heard him say that.
Who would do that?
Wow.
That is very interesting. Hey, Josh, with the lab, thank you for being here. If there was a comment deleted, it may be because we asked for people not to discuss other creators in the chat. So if someone has mentioned another creator, we ask people not to discuss other creators in the live stream. So that comment may have been removed, but no one has been blocked
Well, I
that
believe,
I can tell. So
looking at a comment here, Michelle Macklin and Beautiful Sunflower have got some comments up here saying that I brought up another group comment, which I did. Something that was in Trevor's and something about JLR. I did bring those up. So if I violated those rules, then I apologize. That was not, but I was just stating what
no,
I have seen that's out there and what has been brought to my
and you're
attention.
fine. And listen, if you want to talk to JLR, that is your prerogative. And if you don't want to talk to him, you're not required to. You don't have to be pressured into doing anything that you don't want to. If he reached out to you and you didn't respond to him, I mean, that's a personal decision for you to make. And I don't really have any particular stance on it. You're free to discuss with anybody that you feel like is going to help get the information out about your son. And that's why we're here, is to talk about Sebastian and to help get his information out there. We want to stick to the factual information because I don't think discussing things about your previous relationship or, making false accusations or just making assumptions that there aren't any facts to stand behind is helping to find Sebastian. When law enforcement tells me that somebody is a suspect or they give us more evidence to go on, then that's what I'm waiting for to happen. And everybody has the right to their own opinion, and everyone's welcome to share their opinion as long as they're respectful. And that's all that I ask here on my channel. And the mods have their explicit rules and they know what to do, and and that's it. So
if you don't mind, if I could just say something.
sure.
Everybody out there, they've all got their assumptions and their accusations and things of that nature. If you have proof, bring it to my attention. Show it to me. Please. I mean, and like I said, I'm direct.
A tidbit crazy. Why do people give who a hard time? Chris? I mean, number one, he admitted on a live stream to child abuse. That's a starting point. I know that's not what started it, but just that's probably part of it. But yeah, because he's abrasive. He admits to being abrasive. Just all in all, his personality roundabout, it's just not a likable person. Or do you mean JLR? You mean JLR? To be honest, JLR has the biggest reach out of everyone. Right. He does go a bit too far with the speculation, but he does have the numbers. But see, and so I agree with that. But then also, JLR's speculation is nothing far away from what the family is saying. And so that's where it's hard to like get mad at him whenever I don't know. How do you do it? Yeah, anyone that hits a child with a belt is a POS. Whether Chris is involved in the disappearance or not, he's been a controlling bully to Sebastian. Yeah, he's a controlling bully. Based off of things that he's told us. We don't know them as people, we don't know them outside of these interviews, but they certainly have done a lot of interviews, a lot of statements on Facebook. Yeah, instilling fear and pain is not parenting. right? Abusing a child does not mean that he killed him, though. Yeah, JLR is out there looking. Everyone is a suspect. Yep.
brash, but I'm respectful at the same time. Um, it's not about biting people's heads off. You know, what I will say that I don't appreciate is how folks out there want to drag in personal family business amongst all three parents, their side of the family, my side of the family. It has no bearing on our son. You know, we're a family. It's big. You're going to have disagreements. You're going to have some dislikes. Every family out there is got the same. You know, working through them and becoming stronger as a family. That's what makes a family a family. You know, I don't mind people have their opinions. I don't mind their assumptions. You know, respectful. I'm going to give you the respect. You know, in the end result for every bit of this is the exact same: to bring our son home safe and sound. And that's all we're asking. We love y'all. We pray for y'all. We got thoughts. Even if you don't like us, trust me, we still got love for you. And sometimes your questions may sound far fetched, but believe it or not, it might be something that we could look at and say, hey, what about this? But it's not going on deaf ears. I promise y'all.
I did see a question just now that I was actually on my list to ask you, and it was when I had asked about what Sebastian was wearing, because people were saying, why are you just now saying that it's a long sleeve black t-shirt and not a black sweatshirt? And you guys had explained to me how that transpired and it didn't get changed. You had explained to them this is what he was wearing, but when they made the flyer, they put out the incorrect information and that you had asked them to update it, but they didn't immediately. And a lot of people were saying, well, they didn't even know what he was wearing. Tell me about that.
So we gave the description to all the law enforcement agencies out there. They took it and listed it. Sure. Now, keep in mind, let's think about the telephone game. You tell somebody something, they tell somebody something, it goes back, and by the time it comes back around to you, it is not what you initially started with. That is basically what happened. We told them verbatim was Sebastian went to bed wearing long black pants with white stripes down the side, a long sleeve shirt that had an image on the front, could have been of one of three things: Minecraft, Star Wars, or of Halloween depiction. His favorite three things. Now, somewhere along the way, that got changed, and somebody said it was a sweatshirt. Somebody said it was a hoodie. Somebody has said it's a T-shirt.
The initial description said sweatshirt, and I clarified that it was a long sleeve shirt.
Hi, Seth. Thank you so much for joining the chat. It's good to see you. I appreciate you being here. If you'd like to join us on panel, you're more than welcome to. We really just want to find answers, and we really just want to find Sebastian. And this channel is just a place for family members to be able to share any information, to clear up misinformation, and to get out the information to help bring their missing child or their missing loved one home. And I appreciate you being here. You have so many people that are praying for Sebastian, and we do have those billboards up, and we're going to hopefully maybe get another billboard up, maybe a third billboard. We've had so many wonderful people in this chat to support us keeping those billboards going for another week. And we're praying for all of you, because this can't be easy, and it's got to be very stressful. And all of these extra things that are going on can't really be helping. And Angela, you can express your opinions, but we will not allow people to just be harassing or to show blatant disrespect, doxing. We don't want people to talk badly about other creators. Those are just the general chat rules that are the rules that are on every live stream. And we just ask people to be respectful of that. And we appreciate you being here. So if it goes against any of those rules, the moderators are there to help you answer any questions and to keep the chat a safe and friendly place to be able to discuss this case. So I appreciate you understanding. Yes, there is too many missing in Tennessee.
Remotely conjure up. No way. No. This boy has got so much love. That right there kind of hurts me a little bit to think that somebody would think that I would suspect my wife of having ill intent, and that's no.
And I respect that. I respect that, Seth. I understand. And yeah, I think some of these questions are not about finding Sebastian either. But these are the questions that people are here and asking. So we just wanted to get through those and hopefully be able to put that aside so that we can focus on bringing Sebastian home. Terry Dean said, had Sebastian ever played or been interested at the construction site before?
No, he's never gone to that construction site. We have drove around the construction site in a car, but no, he's never been on foot. He's never wandered over there. I mean, I understand where they're going with that, but no, unfortunately, there's not any chance that he would have that kind of interest. But then again, at the same time, dog scents were found in the construction zone, and then they disappear. I mean, it's hit or miss.
Okay. And you had told me that you both had, when you're able to, you get out there and try to do searches. You have been putting up flyers. Are you planning to continue to search in the future? Are you going to organize any type of search yourself to help find him? Because there's people in the chat that are wanting to come and help. So will you be letting people know if there's going to be any other organized searches for the community?
Yes, I mean, we're not opposed to that.
Okay.
The father, Seth, he does that all the time. We go out and we don't organize big groups. To give you an example, like this weekend, somebody's like, well, you guys run your motorcycles. Well, yeah, we went to a motorcycle rally, a spring opener, passed out flyers. You'd be surprised on how far and wide the motorcycle community can pull together and spread that word. Dad, Seth has worked on it in his end up in Clarksville. He's got guys that he's working with. Excuse me, we have folks down here that we work with. I mean, we help. People want to help. I mean, we ask them. They're like, "Hey, I'm going out this far. Do you have flyers?" Sure do. We'll hand them a stack of flyers, and they're outgoing. Seth does his part of it, and trust me, it's an ongoing thing. If somebody wants to try to put together an organized group, we're not opposed to it.
Trev, I just saw your comment and I wanted to say thank you. And we have some if you need them.
And Seth says he does like heavy equipment too.
Yeah, so a little quick story. I rented a mini excavator and needed to use it to do a project around the house. We were doing some landscaping, and I actually put Sebastian on the equipment, explained to him how this works and whatnot like this, and he actually was able to take the bucket and put it within inches of the foundation of the house and help pull out some of the root balls without ripping out the irrigation lines in the landscaping. So I mean, he's good at it. He's real good.
I appreciate that, Trev, Tom, for you to go out there and put up flyers. It really takes a team effort, and I appreciate everyone that is covering Sebastian. And Thought Criminal, I did see your post of asking about the ex, but I don't really think the ex this doesn't really pertain to Sebastian missing. So that is the only reason why I haven't addressed that. Kinky Ad said, why not ask Katie if she suspected Chris? It's her bio son. And I think they just clarified that all of the parents agree. And of course, we do have Seth in chat. And you did say, Chris, all three of you agree that none of the parents are involved in the disappearance of Sebastian. Seth, if you want to comment in the chat, you certainly are free to speak and say whatever you feel. Katie, obviously you said you weren't even in town, but Katie, did you have anything that you suspected when this happened? Did you immediately say, well, I think so-and-so might have something to do with it?
Honestly, no. I mean, my husband was out of town and had been for a while. And even if he wasn't, I don't think for a second he would ever hurt him. And if his dad wanted him, he wouldn't have to take him. He'd just call and say, hey, I want to pick my son up. And I'd say, okay, what time? And, the only stipulation is that we don't miss school. So, I mean, I wouldn't have thought anything about that either because we have, our own differences, but that doesn't matter. When it comes to Sebastian, we're pretty good about, hey, I want to have him this weekend or I've got this thing going on. And like we juggle and change weekends sometimes if we got something that we want to do or vice versa. So no.
Kinky Ad said, how did Katie not notice him in the kitchen when she didn't find him in bed and then said she thought maybe he was making breakfast, that your room is by the kitchen?
Yes. But he liked to dip around walls and he did his little sneaky thing.
I understand. The lab said, did they say why they didn't go to the vigil?
So that's the other thing is with that, then in this newest interview, she said that she actually made him breakfast that morning. So she was like, funny fact, I made breakfast. So there's that. So I am, fingers crossed. Yeah, it's all going to be a case study someday. I'm trying to rush to the end of this because there's another situation going on. I'm not trying to I don't want to stream. Hold on. Let's just get to the end of this and then I'll tell you guys what's going on.
Yes. So somebody asked me that before, and I responded on Facebook. And it's okay. So the very first vigil that was going on, and actually, I think I said there was 3 when there actually was 4. They did a vigil down here at the stop sign inside of our subdivision. It was inside our neighborhood, did a small one. At the time, we were still dealing with law enforcement, and we didn't go. Then the Long Haul Baptist Church down here on Long Haul Pike, they held one. At the time, we were still with law enforcement answering questions. All three parents were. We did have a representative go and speak on our behalf. The third one, which a young lady organized, and originally they were going to try to do something here in the community without discussing it with us, without talking with anybody. And all the neighbors had a concern because, like I said, it's a small community.
There's no parking.
There was no parking, so we addressed it to go to the high school, which they gladly moved it, but there were some security issues. We got with law enforcement. So the dad did show up. We did not. And then on this last one, it was up in Clarksville. And that's up in the Clarksville area. You know, that's where dad lives. So, I mean, I think that was put on more for the dad and everything in his community up there, which supports him. But I mean, that answers that question.
True Crime Cafe with Dago says, could there be anyone out there at all that has ill will toward either side of the family? And then I did see someone right up above that say, well, Seth works, in law enforcement. Could this be something like that's coming back because he works in law enforcement? Do you have any thoughts on that?
No.
Terry Dean says, parents in this situation are damned if they do and damned if they don't.
Amen.
I've said, fair enough. Thanks for answering me. You're welcome, Josh. Thank you so much for dropping by. I appreciate it. I've kept you guys long enough, and I really appreciate you coming over on this live stream and being willing to have a conversation with us and being willing to answer these questions.
And I really appreciate Duchess doing that interview. So I am going to stop showing you guys this to show you guys what's going on right now. And I'm not going to play his stream for a very long time. If you choose to go over and give him the view, go for it. It appears that the Cajun Navy has called police on JLR. And let me just show you what's going on. Dolly Vision is there filming JLR getting, I don't know, there's like 5,000 police officers surrounding him. That's a real number, by the way. 5,000 is a real number. So he's showing where the Cajun Navy is, but look, there's 1, 2, 3, 4. I think there's like 6 police cars, and then there's still more coming in.
That's a lot of police for some trespassing.
So that's a lot of police for some trespassing. JLR is over up against these, well, not up against. JLR is standing over here, and the police are all questioning him right now. He hasn't been arrested yet. They still have more cops coming. I have no clue what's going on. So I'm trying to watch and see. I was trying to watch this in the background, but they have a lot of police there. It has nothing to do with Sebastian missing. Yeah, it's a public parking lot. It's just crazy that they keep. I don't know why everybody is so. I don't know. So Seth asked JLR to go and to live stream things. He asked him to be present.
I had to say.
Oh, they let him drive away. Good. I was behind. Good. I'm glad that they let him drive away. Didn't they just come back? They ain't got no police out there searching for this baby with these volunteers, but they had all these cops show up for little old JLR. It's crazy to me. Look at all these. Yeah, let the re-ring show of YouTube begin. Craziness to me. I know, shame JLR didn't just live stream it. Who knows? So they let JLR go drive away then. I'm sure we'll see JLR live soon enough. So crazy. Good. Okay, Seth is on his way to straighten things out. Good. That I was gonna say, because JLR is only doing what Seth asked him to do. You can't get anybody who is gonna call out tragedy pimps and everything else like that in this situation. I'm sorry, at this point, you are just a tragedy pimp if you're calling out JLR because he was asked to be there. Seth asked him to be there at all these places. You can't do that. You can't go against the family of the child who wants him to be there, in my opinion, right? Now, you wanna call out other people, I don't know, like, that's on you, but it just to me, that seems craziness. So, but I am gonna end this live stream, you guys. I appreciate all of you guys for being here. We still have more interviews to watch, so we will be back again tomorrow. Nancy will be live later with or uploading a video later of her with the Proudfoots, allegedly. So hopefully we get to see that very soon. And I don't know, I'm eager to watch it all with you guys. We also still have several more interviews with the family to go through. And yeah, I have a feeling because Chris doesn't like JLR, right? I can't. Ugh, that's crazy. But yeah, you can't go against the family. You can't, I don't know. Half the family, anyways. Half the family. So love you guys. I appreciate you guys all. Thank you so much to my mods for hanging out for the last 5 hours. I appreciate each and every one of you guys. Salty C, thank you again for being a member for 10 months. Music City Mom, congratulations on 1 month. I hope you did subscribe now. Anybody watching, please go ahead and take a picture. Or I'm sorry, take a take a second to like the video and to do all the things. All right, I love you guys and I will talk to you later. Bye.